Hi there. Hope you are all doing well. In this video, we are going to create this amazing application where you can see almost all the details regarding multiple cryptocurrencies. Just open this URL, which you will find in the description. Now, there are 3 pages of this application. The first is the crypto, the second is the trending, and third is the saved. Now, first, let's check this crypto page. As you can see here, there are a list of cryptocurrencies rendered in this page. You can also call it as a crypto screener. I have gave it a name that is CryptoBucks. Currently, the price of all these cryptocurrencies is in the US dollars. So let's say you want to see the price in your own currency. Then just go here and type your currency. Let's try INR and press this button. Now you can see that the price is in the INR. Let's change INR to Canadian dollars. So just go here and type CAD. Press this button. And now it's in the Canadian dollars. Not just this, but you can also short all these cryptocurrencies. Just go here and change option. So there are multiple options available, such as market cap ascending, descending, volume, ID, and Gecko ascending, descending. So let's change it to volume, and it is almost same. Let's change to volume ascending. Now it will take a little bit of time since it is a free API. As you can see here, there are some different coins. Now let's say you want to search a particular coin. So in this search input, type the coin name and just wait till it shows all the possible values. Let's type Bitcoin. Now you can select the coin and it will show its details in here. We are going to implement this awesome search functionality as well. You can press this button to reset this whole page. Let's short it to market cap descending. Now for this application, we are going to use the API provided by CoinGecko. Now this API is free with some limits, so we don't require any API keys. At the end, as you can see here, there is this simple pagination component which lets you change the current page. There are lots of currencies, so you can see the last page is at 1317. Also, you can set how much coin you want to display in a single page. So let's set this to 5 and press this button. Now as you can see here, there are only 5 coins in this page. Let's reset this page. If you click on the name or symbol of any coin, then as you can see here, it displays almost all the information about this coin. Now you can see there are lots of information such as the price, market cap, high and low in this nice indicator, social links and different public profiles. Also this beautiful chart. Now you can click on these buttons to change the chart. Let's say if you want to see the chart of a market cap, so just click here and it will change accordingly. Let's change to 14 days and it will show the chart of the 14 days. And if you want to see the chart of the volume, so just click on the total volumes. It also displays this awesome banner, let's say hint, which shows you the different points in this chart. So we are going to use recharts library to render this chart. Now focus on the URL. As you can see here, we are going to use React Router and its dynamic URL functionality to render information of a particular coin at its own individual URL. So whenever you want to share this URL to anyone, you can easily just copy this and send it to anyone. Now this is like a pop-up. Also, this looks like a glass finish, a little bit transparent with a blurry background. Now if you click on the outside of this pop-up, it will close the pop-up and return to the previous URL. Now in this list of coin, if you click on this star icon, then it will get selected, which means you can make this coin your favorite and see it in the saved page. So let's go to the saved page. As you can see here, the coin is inside the saved page. Even if you refresh this page, the coin will be still there, because we are going to use local storage to store the ID of your favorite coins. Now to remove this coin, you just have to click on this star icon again, and that's it. Let's try it for a few coins. And both of the coins are selected. Also, you can see the details of these coins from this page too. So just click on the name of the coin, and here is the details. In this trending page, you will see a top 7 coins that are currently trending. In this page, you can also click on any of this coin to see all of their details. Now we are going to create this whole application in this video, where we will learn and implement many concepts such as routing, context API, searching and pagination functionalities, also use of local storage, etc. Now this application is responsive for different screens, so let's test it for different screen sizes. Now for a smaller screen, we cannot display all the details, so we have to remove some columns. Let's change this to a mobile device. Let's start building this cool application. Now go to this repo. Now this repo contains the starter code files. You will also find this URL in the description of this video. Just go to this code and copy this URL. Let's clone this repo. Open your project folder, and if you are on a Windows, go to the address bar and type cmd to open the command prompt. Let's clone this repo. Type git clone and paste the URL. Now this repo contains all the assets that we are going to use for this project. Now let's copy this name of this folder, and here we will use cd to change the directory, and write npm install. This will install all the required libraries. Now once it is done, let's open this inside the VS Code. So just write code and dot. Now inside the src file, you will get this folder which is called as assets, which contains almost all the SVGs and icons that we are going to use. Now inside the package.json, we are going to use recharts for the charting, and also this dbounce function from the lodash library. You will also get this for tutorial.txt file where I have stored some configuration for the Tailwind CSS. Now for this project, we are going to use this font, which is called as Nunito. Now I have downloaded all the assets, all the icons from this website, which is called as iconify.design. Iconify provides you many different icons for your project. Now let's set up the Tailwind CSS for this project. Just click on the get started and click on this framework guides. We are going to use create React apps, so click here. Now let's follow all these instructions to install the Tailwind CSS in our project. Let's copy this command, paste it here, and this command will install these 3 libraries. Now copy this second command and paste it here. This command is used to initialize the Tailwind CSS, which will create these 2 files called tailwind.config.js and postcss.config.js. Now let's open this file and copy this code. Here you can see that it has already created this file. Now instead of this content, let's paste this one. Now in the index.css file, let's copy all 3 of this and paste it here. Now let's start our server. And our development server is up and running. So let's check if we have configured the Tailwind CSS. Just open the app.js and let's change the color of this paragraph. So add class name inside this p tag and type text dash black. This should add the black color for this paragraph text, and here it is. Now as you can see here I am getting different suggestions for different class names. Now this is because I am using this extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So if you have not installed in the VS Code, so please install this. This will really help you to guide to add multiple Tailwind classes. Now let's configure this Tailwind to use our own configurations such as fonts and colors. Open the index.css and let's import our fonts. You can get the font URL from this file. Just copy this and paste it here. Now inside the tailwind.config, let's add the font family. Inside this extend, add font family. Here we are going to use Nunito font. So let's give it a name which is in small case, so it will be easier for us to use. So type Nunito and type the original name of this font family. Now same as this font family, let's add the colors. So after this extend object, go to this file and copy this. Now these are all the colors that we are going to use inside this application. Type colors and make one object and paste all the colors here. Same as this colors, let's create different font sizes. Type font size. Now from this file, copy all these sizes and paste it here. Now for smaller fonts, we are going to use 14 pixel, and as a base font we will use 16 pixel. Now let's save this. Now let's create all the folders to store different files. Currently we have assets. Let's create one folder called components to store all the components. Create one more folder called pages, which will store the all different pages, and create one more folder called context. Now in this folder we will store different files for the context API. Now inside this pages, let's create the initial layout. So inside the pages, create one file called home.js. Now here I have used this extension called ES7 plus React Redux snippets, where you have to just write RAFCE and it will generate this simple component. First, let's create different routes. So go to the index.js file. If you already are familiar with the React router, where you use to import the browser router and wrap this app component with this browser router, then create different routes using either a switch or routes component. Now instead of this old approach, we are going to use something new. Now at the time of this recording, there is some major updates in the React router. So let's open this URL. And if you want to know more about all these new features, then click on this card called What's New in 6.4. For this tutorial, I am not going to go in much deeper in this new features, and instead we are going to implement few of these features in our application. So if you want to learn more about these new features, let me know in the comments, so I will make a tutorial on this new updates of React router. For now, let's go to this picking a router. Now as stated here, in version 6.4, new routers were introduced that supports the new data APIs. So we are going to use routers from these options. Click on this create browser router. Now as mentioned here, this is the recommended router for all React router web projects. It uses the DOM history API to update the URL and manage the history stack. Now what is this data API? So data APIs is nothing but new features of this version 6.4 such as loaders, actions, and fetchers. For now, let's copy this and paste it inside our index.js file. Also copy this one. Copy this one as well. Now instead of app, let's paste it here. Now let's break this down. So create browser router function will take all of these properties and will generate different routes for different components. So let's say you have one element called root. So it will render this root component at the /URL. And for a /team, it will render this team component. So this is how you can create different routes. Now to implement this routes inside the application, you just copy this router element and paste it inside and pass it in the router provider. So this is how we can use this new method of creating different routes. First, let's remove all of this and create our own routes. Let's create one path, which is / and we will render home component. So inside the element, pass the home component. Make sure you import the home component from pages folder. Let's save this. And as you can see here, home component is rendered at the root URL. Now let's create all the routes for different components. Now we are going to use this home component as a layout of the whole application. So we will create all the different routes as child routes of this parent route. Just type children and open an array. Now inside this array, let's add one path. So same as the parent route, we also want to render the first crypto page at the /route. So we'll keep the path same as the parent path. And at the element, let's create one more page called crypto.js. Same as this one. Let's create two more pages for the trending and saved. Let's import the crypto component. Same as this, let's create two more routes for the trending and saved. For the trending, we will change path from / to /trending, and let's import the trending page. For the saved, let's set it path to /saved, and let's import the saved component. Now let's test this route. Now it is not working because we have not imported the outlet. Now whenever you are creating this child routes, if you want to render this child route along with this parent component, you have to add the outlet component inside the parent component. So let's go to the home.js file, and in here let's import the outlet from the React router DOM. Now let's check this router. As you can see here, it is working. It is rendering the parent component as well as the child component. Let's change this to trending, and now it is rendering the trending component. Now at the root URL, it is rendering the parent component and the crypto component. Now let's style our application. Now before we use Tailwind CSS, let's open the documentation, which is right here. So throughout this tutorial, if you feel that you don't know anything about this class name, so you can just come here and type, let's say, width. So it will show all the classes related to width. So make sure you keep open this tab whenever you require. Let me close all these tabs. Let me adjust this VS Code so that we can see the updates. Now instead of this div, let's change it to the main, and let's add class name. For now, let me change the background color to red. So to change the color, you just have to type bg-color name. Let's keep the width to full, which means width to 100%, and same goes for the height. Let's add display flex and direction of flex to flex-column. We want all the content at the center, so we will add class name, which is content-center. Let's set the items to the center as well. Now you can see these tags are at the center. Let's add the position relative. Let's change the text color to text-white. And let's add our font by writing font-font name, which is Nunito, which we have already configured inside the index.js and Tailwind config files. Now as you can see here, our font is updated. Now let's create one div. And the class name, let's add one class called width-screen and height-screen. Here dash screen means it covers the whole screen. You like 100 viewport height or 100 viewport width. Let's set the background color to gray 100. Now this color, we have already configured this color. You can check out the tailwind.config file, and here you can see there are 3 variants for this gray color, which is gray -100, -200 and -300. For the background, we are going to use gray -300. Now let's keep this div as fixed. So position to fixed. Now we won't need this background and add this main element. Let's add the index, z-index to 10, but we want to add the negative z-index, so add minus. That's it. We can now see this text. That's it for this layout component. Now let's create the logo component. Open the components folder and create one file called logo.js. Let's create this small snippet and import this logo component inside this home.js file. Now we will use a link from the router, and now this link will redirect to the root URL of the application. Now let's add the image. First, let's import the logo svg from /assets/ select the logo.svg. Let's save this, and now you can see the image of this logo. Let's add some more class at this link element. Now we want our logo at the left corner, so we will set the display to absolute and set top to 1.5 RAM. Now let's see different values for this top. Search for the top. Now here are some classes. Now if you want to use any arbitrary value, you just have to type this square brackets and type your value inside this brackets. Otherwise you can use all these different values if you have any fixed value in mind. Let's add the left value to 1.5 RAM as well, and we don't want any text decoration, so just add text decoration none inside the square brackets. We want our fonts to be bold. Now before that, let's add the name, which is CryptoBucks, inside the span tag. Let's increase the font. Now to increase the font, we can use text -LG, which stand for the larger fonts. You can open the tailwind.config and you can see for the LG, the font value is 24 pixels. Let's change the color of the text. So just type text -scyn and let's set the display to flex and flex item -center. So our logo component is completed. As you can see here, by using the simple class names, we are able to create this component in really short time. So this is really a good benefit of using a Tailwind CSS in your project. Now let's create the navigation. So open the components and create one file called navigation.js. Let's import it inside the home.js file. Let's change this div element to nav element and add some classes. Now let's set its width to 40%. Now let's give it a margin top value to 16. Let's check the documentation for the margin. Now as you can see here, for the margin top you just have to write empty dash value. We have written the 16, so which means it is a margin of 4 rem from the top. Let's set it display to flex. We want even space around the navigation buttons, so let's set justify to around. Let's align everything at the middle or center. Let's add the border. For border you just have to write border and it will add this 1 pixel borders around the component. Let's change the color of the border, so just type border dash color name and let's make its corner rounded, so just type rounded. Now there is different values for rounded. As you can see here, there is a dash sm dash md. Let's select this one dash lg. Now it looks good. Now let's add different links in this navigation. We will use nav link from the React router, so make sure you import it. So first nav link, which is crypto, which will point to the slash URL. Let's add the classes. We'll set width to full and text dash base, which means the font size is going to be 16 pixel. Text to center and font dash unito. Let's give it a margin of 2.5. Also let's set the background color to background gray dash 200 and text color to text dash gray dash 100. Now let's set the value when you hover on this navigation button. So for hover you just have to write hover colon and write the value which you want to change. So we want our text color change from this current one to text dash cyan. Now you can see it is working, and when this is active we want to change background color from BG gray to BG cyan and text color to gray dash 300. Now as you can see here, whenever I press this button, it is changing the background and text color. Now we don't want any borders, so let's set border to 0 and set cursor to pointer. Let's make this button rounded and text transform to capitalize. And let's increase the weight of this fonts by using font dash semi bold. Let's check for the bold, and it is almost the same. Let's copy this link and paste it for 2 more times. Let's change this to prop from slash to trending, and this name as well. Last one is slash saved and saved. Now as you can see here, all 3 of these are looking great. Now how can we say that this button is active or not? So for that, this new link element provides us one prop called is active. So let's copy this class names, and inside the class names let's create one arrow function which will return all of these class names. Now this function will give us the prop called is active. Make sure you paste all of this class name inside the backticks and not the single quotes, so that we can use this is active prop. Now whenever the button is active, we want background color and text color to be different. So let's change it. Let's use dollar and curly braces to use is active prop, and when this prop is true, then we want to apply background color to bg-cyan and text color to gray-300. And if it is not active, then we will change the background to background-gray- let's say 200 and text-gray- let's say 100. Let's remove this classes from here. Now there is one problem on this hover, so let's fix this. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now it looks great. Let's copy this class name and paste it in the both of these links. Now as you can see here, the crypto button is still active because crypto component is rendering at the slash URL. So even though if you are changing the pages, the root URL is still there. So now to handle this behavior, there is one prop inside the nav link which is called as end. So just type END. So this will match the whole URL instead of just a root URL, and that is why now you cannot see the crypto button active. I think our navbar component is completed. Now let's create the crypto component. Now in this crypto component, we are going to create total 2 components. The one is the filters and second is the table component. So first let's add some layout in this component. Instead of this div, let's use section, and the class name, let's keep the width to 80% and height to full, which means 100%. Let's set its display to flex and flex direction to column, and let's set margin top to 60 and margin bottom to 24, and set its position to relative. Now let's go to the components folder and create one component called table component. Let's create this small snippet and import this component inside the crypto.js. Now for this table component, let's keep this element as a div and add some class name. We will set it display to flex and flex direction to column. Let's add some margin top to empty -9 because we are going to set filters component in between this navigation and table component. Let's set the border and border dash gray dash 100 for border color. Let's keep it rounded and it looks great. Now let's create the table. Now inside of this table, first let's add the table head. Let's add one row, and in the table head let's add all the titles. So first is the asset, second one is the name. So there are going to be at least 8, so let's just create this 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so the third one will be the price. Next is the total volume, then the market cap change. This one is the 1 hour value and 24-hour change. The last one is the 7-day change. So let's add some dummy data. So after the T head, add the table body, and inside this let's just copy this row and paste it here and change this THT table header to table cell, so TD. And here is our table. Now let's add some styling inside this table. So at the table component, we will set its width to full to 100%, and let's set table layout to auto. Now inside this T head, let's keep all text capitalize. and we will set its font size to 16 pixels. So it is text dash base, and let's change the text color to text dash gray dash 100. Also let's set the font weight. So set font dash medium, and let's add some border dash bottom. For that you just have to write border dash b and border dash color to gray dash 100. And here is our table header. Now let's add some padding for this table header titles. So select all these th elements. You can just select one element and press Ctrl+D to select the next one. Let's add class name. Let's set py-1, which means padding.top equal to 1 and padding.bottom equal to 1. And it looks nice. Now let's go to this table row and set some class names. We want this text to center, so let's set text dash center, and now it looks great. Let's keep the font size to 16 pixels, so text dash base. Let's add the border dash b, border bottom, and same as we did for the header, we will keep the bottom border as a gray dash 100. Now on hover, let's change the background color to gray dash 200. Let's check this, and looks great. Now if you notice, there is two borders. One is for the whole table and one is of this row. So this looks like a little bit bold. So we don't want any border for the last element of this row, or let's say last row in this table. So for that we can use last child. So just write last and it will select the last child. Let's set border dash b, border bottom dash to 0. Now it is not bold anymore. Now let's add some classes in this td elements. So select all the elements. Let's add padding top and bottom to 4. So add a py-4. That's it, and it looks great. So now instead of this dummy value, let's fetch the all details about the different cryptocurrencies. Now for that I have used API from CoinGecko. Now you can just go to this link called Crypto API Documentation. Now this is a free API with some limit of, let's say, 10 to 15 calls per minute, and it does not require any API key, which is really great. And this API really provides an extensive amount of data and these endpoints, such as you can get some information about the coins, contracts, asset platforms, categories, exchanges, index, etc. So for our application, we are going to use this endpoint called coins/markets, and this one to get the details for a single coin. And then we are going to use this trending endpoint so that we can use it in our trending page and this search API as well. So if you want to test this API right now, you can just go to this link and let's open this one and click on this try it out. Now here versus currency, just add USD or any currency you want, and inside the IDs you can, if you want any specific coins, then you just have to mention their name here, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. And now inside this category, if you want a specific category, then you can just add it here. Now for the order, let's keep it as a market cap descending, and for per page, let's set it to 10, and we will get the result of the first page. Now we don't need 7 days data, so let's keep it as false, and we will need all 3 of this data. Now this is for the price change percentage, so we will need for 1 hour, 24 hour and 7 days. Now click on the execute. Now here is the all the data that you can get from this API. Now this data is for the first page, and this page contains the 10 coins. So we are going to use all of this data to display it in our application. You can test all these API endpoints and see if you want any modification, then you can use that endpoint. So let's copy this URL and use it in our application. Now instead of using a simple fetch function here and call the API, we are going to use context API, because we are going to use this data in multiple pages, such as for the crypto, for the saved pages. So we don't want to call API again and again for the same data. So we have to share one single data state between these pages, and it is not possible if your components are in the single layer. Let me show you one diagram to understand better about context API. So as you can see here, this is the old approach where we used to do props drilling. Let's say the third child component C wants to access the state C that is in the parent app component. Then we have to pass that state to the next parent component, which is component A, and then again pass a state to as a prop from component A to component B. And after this, component C can access this state from the component B. This will create much more dependency on the other components, and directly we cannot use the state C from parent component to directly to the third child component. So instead, we can use this context API. Now in context API, first we create one context object using a create context function. Now to consume anything inside this object, we have to wrap all our components with the context provider. Now once you wrap all your components with the context provider, it allows component to use and subscribe to any context changes. Now this provider component takes value as a prop where you can pass different state or methods, and then we can use a context consumer, or let's say use context hook to use all of these values in different components. Now it is okay if you still are not getting this whole thing. Once we start implementing this in our project, then you will get to know this better. So let's go to the context folder and create one file called cryptocontext.js. Now here, first step is to create context object. So let's create one. Use export const. Let's give it a name as cryptocontext equal to, let's call one function called create context from React, and inside this object we will initialize it as an empty object. Now let's create the provider component. So make sure you export both of this crypto context and crypto provider. So use export const. Let's name it as crypto provider equals. Let's use the arrow function. Now this provider component will return the context provider. So let's use return, and we will use this context object which gives us the provider. Now we are going to use this crypto provider to wrap our all components. So let's pass the children, and we will render this children inside this provider. Now this provider component accepts one prop called value. Make sure you pass values inside this double curly braces. Let's create one state for just to test. Let's initialize this state as this is test state string. Now let's pass this test inside the value. Now to use this context API, first we have to wrap our all components with the crypto provider. So open the home.js file, and let's wrap this main element with the crypto provider. Make sure you import it from the context folder. Now we are wrapping this home component instead of different components such as crypto, saved, or trending, because this home is the parent component for all three of these components. Let's save this, and now our all components are subscribed to any changes inside this context object through this context provider. Let's go to the table component, and let's try to use that test state. So to use anything inside the context objects, you can use a use context hook. Make sure you import it from the React. Now inside this use context hook, we have to pass the context object. So let's call it crypto context. Make sure you import crypto context object from the context folder, and let's use curly braces to deconstruct the value prop, and let's get the test state. For now, let's just use console.log to log the test value. Let's save this. Now as you can see here, we are getting this string. Now let's say if you want to change this state, so let's go to the crypto context and pass this set test method as well, and let's call it. Let's just create one button, and on click of this button we will change the test state value. So let's use set test and just write modified value in a string. Now here is the button. Now as you can see here, there is this old value, which is this is test state, and once I click this, it has changed this state value to modified value. So this is how we can easily use context API in multiple components. Same as this table component, we can use all of this inside this saved or trending component as well, even though it is on the different route. So let me just recap everything so that you can understand this better. First, we have created this crypto context object, and don't forget to export it. And then we have created this crypto provider, which accepts child components, and wrap this crypto context.provider around this child components. Inside this value prop, you can pass any state or methods that you want to be accessible by the other components. And now don't forget to wrap this provider component at the main parent component. So in our case, it is the home, which is the parent component of all these three, which is crypto, saved, and trending. And because of that, we have used crypto provider here. Now any component inside this can access the context object. Here we have used use context and passed the context object. Then we have imported the test and set test method from this object. So this is it. Now let's go to this crypto context and remove this state and this as well. Let's remove this one and this button. Now first, let's create one state called crypto data. Now this state will be used to store the whole data from the API. Let's name it as crypto data, and let's set the set method to set crypto data. Now let's create a function which calls the API and gets the data. So let's create const get crypto data, and this function is going to be an async function. So just add async keyword before this function, and let's use this arrow function. Now here we are going to use try and catch block. So if we are getting any error, it doesn't crash the whole application and just show us the error. Inside this try, let's call the API. So let's go to the CoinGecko and copy this URL. Inside this try block, let's use const data, and this is going to be an async await. So let's use await keyword here and use fetch. Just use backticks and paste the URL here. Now we are using coin/markets URL, and these are some parameters. Now after this, let's just add dot then to get the response and convert this response to an JSON object, and we will use one more then to get the JSON value. You can use console log in every steps so that you will understand why we have used this to then. Let's log the data. Now we are going to call this function whenever someone loads the application for the first time. So let's use layout effect. I'm not using a use effect, but there is no problem in using use effect, but Now if you use layout effect, it will fetch the data when the all components are still loading. So let's call the function get crypto data here. Just remove this and make sure you import this from the React. Let's save this and let's reload this. And here we are getting this data. Now there is 10 coins per page. Now let's set this state with this data. Now let's pass this state inside this value prop and use it in the table component. Now let's grab the data state by using use context hook and parse the crypto context. This is the same as we did for the taste state. Now we will put a condition in this table. So add curly braces, and if there is a crypto data, which means crypto data state is not undefined, then we will render the table, else we will render nothing. So just add null. Now copy this table and paste it here. We are doing this because initially this crypto data state is undefined, so it could crash our application. So that is why we are checking that whether this state is undefined or not, and if it is not, then we will render this table. Let's go to this table body and just cut this table row, and then as we have seen here, this is an array of different objects, so that we can use map function. So let's use crypto data dot map, and here we will get the value of different coins. So just write data. Here we will return the table row. Let's add one key inside this table row. Just add data.id, and inside this name, let's use data.name. Let's save this and check it, and here it is. Now you can see different names of these coins. Now we are going to use almost all this data in our application, so let's just use it. Now inside this asset cell, we are going to display three things. One is the star icon, second is the icon of the coin, and third one is the short name such as BTC or ETH for Ethereum. So let's remove this and let's add this class, set its display to flex, and set all the items to center, and let's set every text to uppercase. Let's add one button where we will render the star icon. Let's add all the classes. We don't want any outline, so set outline to 0. Same for the border. We don't want any background, and set cursor to pointer. Now inside this button we will render the star SVG. So for that, let's go to this assets folder and search for the star.svg. Let's copy this svg and paste it inside this button. Let me just format this, and here is the svg. Now inside of this fill, let's add the color name, which is the cyan. Let's save this and check it, and here is our svg. Now let's add some classes inside this svg. Let's set its width to 1.5 rem and set margin left to 1.5. Now on hover, let's change the fill color to -cyan. Also, first we are going to keep the fill as a gray, so set the fill -gray -100. Also, let's remove this default value of the fill inside this path. Now this looks great. Now we will add the different functionalities later. Now let's add the coin symbol. Create one image element, and let's check the URL of the coin. So if you check in this data, there is this property called image, which contains the URL of the symbol of the coin. So in this src, let's use data.image, and the alt, let's use data.name, and we don't need this. And here is our image. Let's set its width. Let's keep it width to 1.2 rem, and same goes for the height. And set the margin left and right, and for that we can use mx-1.5, and it looks great. Now let's add the short form of the icon. So just add span and use data.symbol, and here it is. This looks great. Now for the price, let's check the price value, which is here. Copy this current underscore price, and let's change this to data.current price, and here is the different prices. Now let's do the same for the volume. Let's check the volume, which is here, total underscore volume. Let's add data.total volume, and here is the volume. Now let's find this market cap change. Here it is, market cap change underscore 24, and we will use this percentage value. Data dot market cap change, and here we are getting different values. Now let's copy this as well for the 1 hour. Now let's change this from 1 hour to 24, and from 1 hour to 7 days. Let's save this, and here we are getting different values. So first we have to fix this long value. So let's go here, and there is one function called toFixed. First let's use number constructor, so convert this value into a number, and then we can use toFixed function, and let's add 2 so that it will show the 2 decibels, and here it is. Let's do same for both of this. And now it looks great. Now let's change the color of this text based on its value, whether it is positive or negative. Now inside this class name, let's remove this and use curly braces and copy this value. Now if this value is greater than 0, which means positive, then we will add the text dash green, which means it will change the text color to green, and also let's keep the padding py-4. Otherwise, if it is less than 0, then we will change the text color to text dash red, and let's keep the padding as it is. Let's save this. Now you should be able to see the change in color. Let's copy this for both of these values, and don't forget to change this. And now it looks great. Let's add percentage after this value because this is in the percentage. So go here and just add percentage symbol. Now for this price, we need to show the currency symbol before this prices. Now for that, we are going to use a browser API called INTL. So let me show you. Just write INTL API and click on this MDN documentation. Now this API provides lots of different features such as string comparison, number formatting, and date and time formatting as well. Now we are going to use this function called number format. Now let's say we have this number and we want to show it as different currencies. So for now there is an example of euro. So if I run this, it will convert this number to a euro. And if I just change this value to USD, if I run this, it will show the dollar symbol. So let's use this in our application. Let's cut this out and use new and write INTL. Make sure you use the capital I dot number format function. In here you can add format for locals of I'm adding an English and IN, which stands for the India. Now inside this curly braces, let's pass different options. So we want style of this value to be a currency. and let's add the currency to first let's keep it as USD for now, and let's use dot format and pass the price. So this will show this price as a USD in this format. Let's save this, and here is the dollar symbol. And if I change this currency from USD to INR, it will show the INR symbol. Let's change to CAD for the Canadian dollars. Now it is a CA and dollar symbol. So that is it for this table component. Now let's create the filter component right here. Let me close everything, and inside the component folder create one file called filters.js and create this small snippet, and let's import this inside the crypto.js. Make sure you import it before the table component. Now let's style this filter component. Now let's set its width to 100%, so add w-full and height to h-12. Also let's set border to 2. We need some bold borders, and set border color to gray-100. Also rounded-LG, so it will get more rounded corners. Let's set it display to flex, and items, align items to center, and justify them in as a space between, so you can write it as justify dash between, and set position to relative. That's it. Now here we are going to add total 3 different elements. First is the search, second is for the currency change, and third is for the shorting. So first let's create this search component. Go to the components folder and create one file called search.js. Let's import it in here. Let's create one form. This form will contain one input field. Let's give it a name as a search. We don't need to set an ID. And let's add a button of the type submit. Inside this button, let's add an image of the search icon. So first let's import it as a search icon from assets / select the search dash icon, and let's use the image element. Just copy this and paste it as the source of the image, and in the alt just write search. Let's remove this. Let's save this. And here is the small form. Now let's style this inside the form element. Let's add some class names. Let's set its width to W-96 and position to relative. Let's set display to flex and items to center. Let's add some margin to the left, ML-7, and font to Nunito. Now in the input, let's set its width to W-full. Keep it as rounded. Let's change the background color as a BG-gray-100. Let's set it to 200. Let's add one placeholder text and write search here. Now if you want to change any style of the placeholder, you just have to write placeholder colon, and let's change the text color of the placeholder text to text-gray-100. And let's add some padding left -2. Also, this input will be the required. Let's set outline to 0 and border -transparent. Now on focus, we will set the border color to CYAN. Let's check this, and it is not working. Okay, I forgot to add one more class for the border, and here it is. Now let's add this button inside this input. Go to the button and inside the class name, let's set its position to absolute and 1 from the right. And now it looks great. Let's set cursor to pointer. Now for the image, let's add its width to full and height to auto. Now this form is ready, so let's connect this form with some state. Let's create one state called search stat, called search text. And let's set it empty initially. Now on change of this input, we will call one function called handle change or handle input. Let's pass the E for the event and create one arrow function. First, let's prevent any default events. So just write e dot prevent default, and let's store the text value in a variable called query, and let's store the value from event.target.value. Let's log this query first, and let's connect this function on the input. Let's write on change and paste the function name. Let's check it. And it's working great. So let's set this state with the query. Also, let's make this input component as a control component, and for that we will set its value same as the search text state, so that both of these are in the sync. Now whenever we type anything in here, it should open one square right here. So let's create it. Let's use fragment. So just add empty brackets and form, and after the form, first we will check the search text state, and let's say if its length is greater than 0, then we will show the search result. Else we will display null. Now inside of the search result, we will use element called unordered list. This list will contain all the search results. Let's say Bitcoin or Ethereum. So for now there is no text, so if I write anything in here, it shows the UL element. Let's style this, set its position to absolute and 11 from the top and 0 from the right. Let's set its width to W-96 and height to 96 as well, and let's keep it rounded. Set overflow X to hidden and padding top and bottom to 2. Also let's set the background PG-gray-200, and let's set the PG-opacity, which means background opacity, to 60, and let's add some blur effect. So write backdrop dash blur dash, let's empty, and now you can see the different CSS effects. For now, let's keep this width to full. Now let's use the search API. If you go down, and here is the search API. Let's say if I write SHIB and execute, it will show all the coins which contains the SHIB text. So we are going to use this URL. Let's open the crypto context and just copy this function and paste it here. Let's change this name from get crypto data to get search result, and let's change this URL as well. Copy this and paste it here. Now instead of this SHIB, let's add the query, and in this function we will pass this query. Let's create this state as well. This is for the search data. Let's replace this and send this state in the value. Also, we are going to call this function whenever we write anything in the search input. So send this function as well. Now let's use this function inside the search.js. So first let's call it by using a use context hook, and let's add the crypto context object. So whenever someone types anything in here, we will call this function to get the result of the search. Pass the query inside this function, and let's save this, and here is the log of the search data. So let's test this. And here is the results. For this project we are only going to use this coins. So here are all the coins which contains BIT text. So let's use this data. Now one thing to notice is that I have typed 3 letters and it calls the API for the 3 times, and it is not efficient. So we are going to resolve this issue by using the debounce function. So just let me create one. Now what is this debounce function? So before using this, let's open the Lodash documentation. Now Lodash is a modern JavaScript utility library that delivers different functions. So just go to the documentation and search for the debounce. So this is a function that delays invoking a function until after wait milliseconds have elapsed since the last time the debounce function was invoked. Which means when you pass any function inside this debounce function, this function will only get invoked after some wait, and inside here you can pass different values in milliseconds so that this function will invoke after this time is over. So let's use this. So now if you check the package.json file, I have already given you this package.debounce library and we have already installed it using npm install. So let's use this. First let's create a function called debounce func equal to, let's import the debounce, and here we will create one function and pass the value inside this function, and then we will call the get search result function with this given value. Now let's set this time to 2000 milliseconds, which means 2 seconds. We don't need to add an arrow function. And now we will call this function instead of directly calling the get search result here. Don't forget to pass the query in this function. So what happens is that whenever you type anything in the search result, then it will call this debounce function each time, but this debounce function will wait for the 2 seconds until you type the whole query or until you stop, and then it will run this get search results functions only after every 2 seconds. Let's use this. Just save this. Let me refresh this and let's type 8. So it will wait for 2 seconds and then it again generates the result for it, and then it calls the API. Now still we are facing the same issue. And why is that? Now because we are using this use state, so whenever we set this state, it will re-render these functions, and because of that this function is called for 3 times. So let's separate this state and these functions. Let's create one component inside this search.js file and name it as search input. Now inside this function we will return this whole value, this form and this list as well, and paste it here. Let's copy this state and paste it here. Let's copy this handle input function as well and paste it inside this search input. Now let's import this component inside the search component. And there is some error because we have not used the fragments here. And it's gone. So what we did, we have created another component and we have moved our state from here to here, and then we will render this component right here. And we have not kept our debounce function inside this function with this state so that it won't re-render and gets called again and again. And let's pass this function inside this component. And let's pass it as a handle search and pass the debounce function. Let's deconstruct the handle search prop, and instead of this debounce function we will use the handle search. Let's save this and reload the application. Let's search for the ship, and after 2 seconds it only gets called for the 1 time. And if I write anything here, it will wait for the 2 seconds and call it this API again. So this is how we can stop calling the APIs again and again for these different search results. So we are going to use these coins. So let's go to the crypto context, and instead of just data, let's use data.coins. Now let's show all the search result right here. Let's go to the search.js file and let's call the search result. So here we have passed the search data. So let's get this search data right here by using use context and crypto context object. Let's remove this and we will check if there is any search data. Then we will display the data, or we will display the one text which is please wait. Now inside this data, let's use the search data. Now search data dot map, it will give us the individual coin, and let's see which type of data we are getting. We are getting the coin ID, one image, market cap, rank, name, symbol and thumbnail. So let's use this data. Let's return the li element. For now, let me just write data.id, sorry, coin.id. Let's check this, and search data.map is not a function. And why is that? Everything seems right in here. Let's just check this again. Let's reload this and let's write bit, and it is showing the please wait text, and now it is showing the result, and everything seems working great. Now let's style this. Now in this li element, we will show the one image. Let's just open the table component and copy this image. Copy this and paste it right here. Now instead of data.image, change this to coin.thumb, and in the alt change coin.name. Now we will set the width to 1 rem from 1.2 rem, and let's keep everything as it is. And in this one, let's add the coin.name. Also in the li tag, let's add some classes, such as let's set its display to flex, let's set items to center, and margin left to 4, and margin top and bottom to 2, and let's set cursor to pointer. Now it looks great. Let's set this width of this UL element from w-full to w-96. Also, let's set this inside this search component. Let's add div here instead of the fragment, and inside this div, let's add one class name called relative. Now it looks great. Now here we also have to add one key, so just write data or coin.id. Now whenever someone clicks on these coins, we want to show the result right here in the table component. So let's do that. Let's open the crypto context and create one state called coin search and set coin search. We will initially set it as an empty state. Also copy this get crypto data and paste it right here. Let's change its name to get coin data, and also let's keep this URL as it is. Now let's see how we can get the information about the particular coin. Now we are going to modify this get crypto data function. So inside this URL, there is one property called IDs, or let's add this property right here. IDs equal to, write the ampersand and curly braces, and make sure you add one more ampersand so that it will separate both of these parameters. And inside these IDs we will add the coin search. Now this will add a different coin name that we are setting using this set coin search state. So let's pass this set coin search state in the value. So we will set this coin using a set coin search, and whenever we set this coin, we have to call this get crypto data again. So let's pass this dependency coin search right here. So whenever we change the coin search state, it will call the get crypto data, and eventually it will invoke this URL, and it will get us the result regarding this particular coin. And if there is no coin, then the IDs parameter will be the empty string, and thus it will return us all the data and not just a single coin. Let's use this set coin search. Just go to the search.js file, and let's create one function called select coin, and let's pass the coin. Let's call the set coin search from this crypto context and use it right here. Let's use this select coin function. Now on click of this li element, we will invoke this function. Let's set this. Let's use an arrow function and pass the coin.id. Make sure you pass the coin.id and not the name. So whenever someone clicks on the result of this select coin, this function will use the set coin search and set the coin ID. And whenever we change this coin search state, now because of change in coin search state, it will again call the get crypto data. Let's try this. Let's click on any of this coin, and now you can see there is one coin date, but we still have this result. So let's remove this, and for that we have to pass the set search data in the value as well. And inside the search.js file, let's call it from the use context hook, and let's use this to set an empty state. So this will empty the whole search data, Let's try this again. Write Bitcoin and select this one, and we still have this square right here because our input state is not empty. So let's empty this. So search text dot length will become 0, and that is why it will hide the search result. Let's write it, and let's click on this. And now we can see only Ethereum and not the other coins, and search result is also gone. Now let's remove this warning. This is inside the SVG. So let's go to the table component and open the SVG. Let's change this clip path to clip capital PATH, and now it's gone. So our search functionality is almost completed. Now let's say sometimes this on change function does not work, so we have set this submit button. So let's connect function with this button as well. Just go to the search.js file and create one function called handle submit and pass the E as event, and let's prevent the default events, and eventually we will call this handle search function by passing the search text state value. Let's call this function inside the submit button or in the form. Let's write on submit. We will call the handle submit function. Also, instead of this please wait, let's style this. Let's just change this condition so that we can see the please wait text right now, and set search data to false, and here it is. So let's style this. Let's create one div and set its class name as width to full, h-full, and set display to flex, justify content to center, and items to center as well. Now after this div, let's create one more div to create the spinner. So let's write div, and we don't need this closing tag. Instead, let's make this self close tag, and let's add the class name. So just write width to 8 and height to 8, and let's set the border -4, and let's change the border color. Let's set rounded to full, so it will form a circle. Also, let's change the border bottom color to gray -200. Now it looks like a loading spinner. Now there is one class called animate-spin. So this will create this spin animation. You can also give this a role in this div. Let's say this is a status indicator. Let's add the text which is searching, and now it looks great. Let's add some margin left, and it looks awesome. Let's change this to as it is, and here it is greater than 0. So now our search functionality is completed. Now let's create this currency input. Open the filters.js file, and in here let's remove this and add one form with an input. And let's add a button for the submit. And here it is. Now let's style this. At the div, let's add the class name, set the display to flex and margin right to MR-7, and at the form, let's set the position to relative and display to flex, items to center, and font to Nunito. Let's add one more margin, MR-12. That's it. Now before the input, let's add one label called currency. Now instead of this for, let's use the HTML for attribute. Let's set the name of this input as currency. Let's add some class in this label. Set the display to flex, justify content to center, and items to center as well. Let's set the margin right to 2 and font to bold. And it looks great. Let's style the input. Let's add the placeholder as USD and class name, width to 16 and rounded, background to gray. Let's add the placeholder text color to text dash gray dash 100. Let's add some padding left to 2. And set this input as a required, outline to 0, border and border dash transparent. Let's change this to 200. Now on focus, let's change the border color. and let's change the line height by using leading -4, and now it looks great. Now for the button, we are going to use the SVG. So let's import it. Let's name it as submit icon from /assets/submit icon.svg. Let's use the image element. Let's add some class inside the image, set w-full and h-auto. For the button, let's add margin left to 1 and cursor to pointer, and now it looks great. Now let's add functionality to this. Open the crypto context and let's create one more state. Let's name it as currency, and initially we will set it to USD. Now let's pass both of these values in this value prop, and in the get crypto data, let's pass this currency. So instead of USD, add the currency state. And also whenever we change the currency, we want to call this get crypto data again. Let's use this set currency. Let's deconstruct this from the use context and add the crypto context object. Let's create one function called handle currency submit, pass e as event. Let's prevent some default events. And now to get the value of this input, instead of the onChange method, let's use useRef. So let's create one ref called as currency ref, and initially set it to null. Let's connect this ref with the input. Now to get the value of this input, we can get it by, let's declare a variable called val and use the currency ref dot current dot value. So this is how we can get the value of input using this ref, and then we will use the set currency function, and let's pass this value. And also we will empty the input state as an empty string. Let's connect this function with the form on submit event. Now let's check this out. Let me change this to INR and unclick of this button, and here is the different value. Now it is still showing the USD because we have to pass the INR as a currency and not the USD inside this row. So let's open the table component and let's call the currency from use context and pass this right here where we have used the INTL API. Just save this, and now you can see the INR symbol. Let's change this to CAD, and the value is also got changed. Let's try this again with AET, and the value is changing. So this is how we can manipulate different parameters of the API and call this API again to get the different data values. So this is completed. Let's add the sorting functionality. Here we don't have to use the form. Instead, we will directly use the label, and inside this label we will use the select element. First, let's use the span tag and just write sort by, and let's add the select tag. Let's set its name to sort by, and let's add one option. Before we add the value in this option, let's check all the attributes. Now for this order, we have this many different values. So let's copy this and paste it right here. We will create options for all these values. So let's use this one. And this is the market cap descending. So let's create one for the ascending. So there are 8 options. So first let me just create 8 different options. Let's copy this, paste it right here. And that's it. Let's save this and check this out. So here are all the options. Now let's style this. Inside the label, let's add position to relative and display to flex, justify content to center, and items to center. Now inside this span, let's change the font weight. So add font dash bold and margin right to 2. Now in this select option, let's make it rounded and change the background color to PG-gray-200 and let's set the font size using text dash page. Let's add padding left to 2 and padding right to 10. Also padding top and bottom to 1.5. Also let's set the line height to leading dash 4. Let's set text transform to capitalize, and it looks great. Now let's copy this whole label and paste it after the form. Now it looks great. Let's set the outline 0 on focus. Now instead of this py 1.5, let's just keep it as a 1, and it looks great. Or let's decrease this to 0.5, and now it looks great. Now let's change this icon. So there is no default any configuration to change this icon. Now instead we can set an image icon right before this one. So let's go to this. So after the select tag, let's open this form and copy this image, paste it before the closing label tag, and instead of the submit icon, let's call the another icon called select icon, and select this select dash icon dot svg and paste it here. Now we have to add some class names for this image. So let's set its width from full to 1 rem. And set position to absolute, set right to 1, and top dash 2. Let's add one class called pointer events dash none. So it is just for the show and we cannot click on that, and it looks great. So let's add functionality to this. So same as we did for the currency, let's create one state for the short as well inside the crypto context. Let's name it as a short buy, and set initially as a market underscore cap underscore DESC for the descending order. And let's send both of this inside this value prop. Also, whenever someone change the short by value, we want to again call the get crypto data function. So make sure you pass this short by as dependency of use layout effect. Let's call the set short by. Let's create one function called handle short and pass e as event and write the prevent default, and let's get the value as e.target dot value and use set short by and pass the value. Let's connect this function with this select option. Now on click, let's add the function. So save this and let's check this out. Let's change this to market cap ascending. Nothing is happening because we forgot to set this short by in the URL. So go to right here. Instead of this, let's change this to short by. Now let's reload this and change from descending to market cap ascending, and it is changing this whole data. Let's try another, and it looks great. That's it. We have completed this filter component. So now let's create the pagination component. Now create one file called pagination inside this components folder and create this small snippet, and let's import this inside the table component. Let's import it right before this div. And here it is. Now instead of importing this here, let's create another div. And let's wrap both of this element inside the React fragments. Now in this div, we will create two things. The one is the pagination. Now in this div, we will add two things. The one is the sentence, that is the data provided by CoinGecko, and another is this pagination. So let's create one element called span, and let's write data provided by. Let's add a link and just write www.coingecko.com. Let's open this inside a new tab, and let's remove this warning by applying this attribute. Let's add some classes inside this div. Set display flex and items to center. Justify content to space between. Let's set margin top to 4. And capitalize the text. And set height to rem. Let's save this. And this looks great. Now this is actually necessary because if you open this documentation and go to this sentence, it says the attribution required. And now these are some instructions on how to mention the CoinGecko when you are using its APIs. Let's change color of this link. And now it looks great. Now inside this pagination, let's add the class and set display to flex and items to center. Now we will display all the numbers inside an order list. So let's add UL, and inside the li, first we will add the image of the icon. So let's import it. Let's call it as a pagination arrow from assets / pagination arrow.svg. Now here we will show it using a image tag. Let's set width to full and height to auto. Now next one, we will create another li element. Now this one is the triple dots before the 3 numbers. Next is the, let's say, number 1, 2 and 3. And again we will display this triple dots, and here we will show the, let's say, last page, and at the end we will show this icon again. Now let's style this. Let's add some class in the UL element, set display to flex, items to center, and justify everything to at the end. And let's set font size to text-sm. Now for the li, set display to flex and items to center. Now instead of this image, let's add this image inside a button. Let's style this button. Add outline to 0 on hover. We'll change the text color and width to W-8. Now for this particular image we have to rotate this arrow. So inside this class names of image, just write rotate -180. And now it looks great. Let's do the same for all of this. Instead of just text, we will add everything inside the button. Let's say if last page is 100. Let's style this inner buttons. First we will set outline to 0 and on hover set text dash the primary color, rounded to full, width to 8 and height to 8, display flex and items center, and justify everything in the center and increase the text. Now let's copy everything and just accept the text dash LG and paste it in the other buttons that contains the numbers. This looks great. Also in the numbers, let's add the background color. Set PG gray dash 200 and add the padding left and right, so MX dash 1.5. Now it looks great. Now let's set this button as an active button. So instead of BG dash gray dash 200, let's set the BG dash CYAN and text dash gray dash 300. And here just remove this hover. Let's copy this for the last page as well. And copy this first one for this multi-step as well. Now this looks great. Let's change this all to right. Now let's create one state to maintain the current page number. Let's name it as a current page and set 1 as an initial value. Now let's create a function for next and previous buttons, and let's assume the total number of items are, let's say, 250. So const next. Whenever someone clicks on the next button, it will set the current page to current page plus 1. Now here we have to put condition that if current page is equal to the last page, which is the total number, then we will return null. But if the current page is less than the total number, then we will increment it by 1. Same as this, let's create the next function for the previous button. Now here, if current page is equal to 1, then we will return null, else we will decrement it by 1. Let's connect this with the next and previous button. So this one is the left arrow. So on click we will connect this with the prev function, and same as this. Now this one is the right arrow, so let's connect this with the next function. And now instead of this 1, 2 and 3, let's set this as a current page -1, and here 2 is active, so we will set it as a current page, and instead of 3, let's just write current page +1. Let's click on the next, and as you can see, it is working. Let's try this previous button, and it is working as well. Now instead of this 100, let's set it with the total number, which is the 250. Also for this one, which is current page -1, we will use the previous function. So on click of this button, set the previous, and for this one we will use the next function. So on click of this button, use next function. So when you click on these numbers, it will change the current page. Now we will set this button as a disable, because we don't want anyone to click on the current page. Now on click of this last page, the total numbers, we will set this accordingly. So on click, let's use one arrow function and set the current page to total numbers. Let's just copy this and paste it here. Let's save this, and once you click on this last number, and here are the pages are changing. Now here we have to put a lot of condition so that it does not render the pages that are not currently there. Now before doing that, let's add multi-step functionalities, such as when someone clicks on this 3 dot, it will render the previous 3 pages, or when someone click on this next 3 dots, it will render the next 3 pages. So for that, we will create 2 more functions called the multi-step functions. Let's create const multi-step next. Now first we will put condition that if current page +3 is greater than or equal to the total number, which is the last page, then we will set the current page to total number -1, else we will set the current page to current page +3. Now same as this function, let's create the multi-step previous function. Now let's use minus. So if current page -3 is less than or equal to 1, then we will set the current page to current page +1. Otherwise we will set current page to current page minus 2 and not a 3. So let's connect both of this function with this button. The first one and the second last button. Let's check this out. And as you can see, right now it is 249. So when I click this again, it will not work because we have already reached our limit, which is 250. Let's click this one. Now it is 245, and when I click this, it is current page minus 2, so it becomes 243. And right now at the end of this page, we don't have to show both of this, so let's remove them. So in the last button, let's put a condition that if current page is not equal to the last page, then we will display this, else we'll display null. So when the current page is not equal to the last page, then we will display this last page, otherwise we will not display it. Let's check this. So current page is 250, so the last page button is gone. Now let's put a condition on this one. So if current page plus 1 is not equal to last page, and current page is not double equal to the last page, then we will display it, otherwise we will return null. So here we are checking two conditions. If current page plus 1 is not the last number, or current page is not the last number, because we don't want to display it after the last page. So here it is gone. Now if I click here, and now it is visible. Now let's put condition for this button as well. Let's copy this. Let's add condition in here, and if it is true, we will display it, otherwise we will set to null. Now for this, we will use this same condition. So if current page is 250, so it doesn't again display the 250 after this 249. Now for this pagination component, I have designed it differently, and for that we are adding different buttons such as next, previous, multi-step, etc. And I have kept this range of this pagination for +3 or -3. And if you want to change that, then you can easily do that by modifying this multi-step functions. Now for this one, let's add one condition. It's a condition. If it is true, we will display it, else we will display null. Now for this condition, let's say if current page -1 is not equal to 0, then we will display this. If current page -1 is not equal to 0, then we will display this, else we will return null. Now for this button, Let's add one condition. Now this condition is going to be same as this one. If current page plus 1 is equal to the last page, or the current page is equal to the last page, then we will display this, else we will not display this one. Let's check all of these cases. Now we are on the first page, so we don't need the previous 3 buttons. Now let's click on the second, let's click on this third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. Now if I'm on the last page, and then it displays this button. Now when I click on this one, it will send me back to the from 250 to 248. Now this is the basic pagination for this application, but if you want to build any complex pagination component, then you can watch my another video that is specially on the pagination. Now let's see how we can change this data based on this pagination activities. Let's open the crypto context and create one state. Call the page and set page. Initially, let's set it to 1, and let's change this URL as well. Now here, instead of page is equal to 1, let's set this to page. And when the page is changing, then we want to call this get crypto data function. So make sure you put this in this dependency of use layout effect. Let's send both of this and the value prop. Now let's use this in the pagination. Now we don't require this state because we are already managing this state inside the crypto context. So let's just remove this and let's get the page and set page from the use context. Now just replace the set current page with the set page. So for that you can do Control F and find the set current page and replace this with the set page. Now click on this, so it will replace all of this one. Now same for the current page, let's replace this with the page. And that's it. Let's see if we can change the data, and it is changing. Now this is for the page 3. Now first let's see how many pages are there, and for that we can use the API. Now by using this API we can know how many coins are there inside this API. So let's use this. Let's just copy this and paste it right here, and instead of this coins, let's remove everything and write list. Make sure you match this URL with this one, coins/list, and let's remove this one and just log the data. Let's save this and check out the log. So there are total 13,213 coins. So let's set our total numbers accordingly. Now let's go to the crypto context and create one state called the total pages. Initially, let's set it to 250. Now let's set this total pages with the current data, and just write data dot length, so it will give you the total number of array items. And let's remove this log. Now let's send this total pages inside this value prop. And let's use this inside this pagination component. Now here we will use math.sale method so that it returns us the integer number. And let's write total pages divided by 10 because we want to show 10 coins per page, and just save this. And now you can see there are total 1,322 pages, and if you click on this page, it will take some time to call the API and it will show the last 3 coins. Now let's say if you want to go to the first page, or if you want to reset this whole application, then let's create one button for the reset. Let's open the crypto context and let's create one function called clear search, or you can also call it a reset function. Let's call it as a reset function. Here we will set the current page to 1, and if there is any search result, so we will set the set coin search to empty string. And let's send this function as well. Let's open the filters, and right after this label we will add the reset button. Create one button and call it as reset. Let's add the class name, set its width to 2 rem and margin left to 4. Now on click of this button we will call the reset function. Let's import it from the use context, and let's check this out. And on click of this reset, it will reset this application, and now we are back to the first page. Now instead of this reset text, let's add the SVG. So let's go to the assets and find this reset.svg, copy this and add it here. Now we have to modify some styles. Now let's add some more classes. On hover, let's scale this button to 1.1, which is 110, and set the transition dash all and transition dash ease. Let set its position to absolute and right to 0, top dash 0. Let's save this. And there are some errors in the SVG. Now this SVG has these properties which are not acceptable by the React. Now to use this SVG directly in React, we can convert it into a React component by using a website called SVGR. Now click on this SVGR playground. Let's copy our SVG and paste it right here. So it will convert this SVG into a React component. So let's copy this SVG file and paste it right here. Now it will not show any warning. Let's open this, and now you can see this small reset button. So let's increase its size. Let's add class inside this SVG. Set W to width to full and edge to full as well. And set fill dash our primary color. Now to set the color of this SVG, we have to remove this fill on the path. And now you can see this. Now instead of the absolute, let's keep it as a relative. And now it looks great. Now before this pagination, let's add one more filter called per page, so we can set the items per page right here. We are going to use this form, so let's open this. Let's copy this form and go to the pagination. Let's create another component called per page, and let's return this form. Let's comment this out for now and create one use ref. Let's name it as input ref and initialize it as a null. Now set this ref inside this input. Now let's import this submit icon as well. So import submit icon from assets slash submit icon dot svg. Let's call this per page at the start of this pagination before the UL. Let's save this and check this out, and here it is. Let's change this from currency to per page. Let's change the placeholder from USD to number, which is 10. Let's set the type to number and let's add minimum and maximum value. So minimum will be the 1, and for the maximum there is a limit in the API, so let's check it. Here is the limit. You can call 250 items per page, so let's add 250 for maximum. Let's save this. And open the crypto context, and let's add one more state called per page. Let's initialize it as a 10, and also we will modify this URL. Now instead of 10, let's change it to per page. Let's send this inside this value prop. Also, when per page changes, we want to call the get crypto data again, so make sure you write it here. And let's use the use context. Let's get the set per page. Let's create one function called handle submit, and we will pass the event as E, and let's prevent the default events. Now let's get the value of the input field. We can get it by using a ref called input ref dot current dot value, and let's set the per page. Now let's add one validation. If value is not equal to 0, then we will set per page to value. Let's connect this function with the form. Instead of this, let's paste this one, and let's check this out. Let's write 5 and click on this button, and now there is 5 items per page. Also, these numbers are not changing because we are not using per page value inside the pagination. So let's grab this. Now copy this per page value and send this inside the value prop, and inside the pagination component, let's call it, and instead of this 10, let's use the per page value. After saving this, now you can see the total number of pages are almost doubled. Also, let's set the input value to the current value. Let's say it is 20, and it is showing the 20. Now inside this search element, let's change this scroll bar instead of this typical one. Now for the scroll bar, Tailwind has one plugin called Tailwind-scroll bars. Let me show you. Here is the plugin called Tailwind Scrollbar. Now we have already installed this inside our project. So if you go to the package.json file and inside this div dependency, here is the Tailwind Scrollbar. Now to use this plugin, let's open the tailwind.config.js file, and inside this, let's write required Tailwind scrollbar. So now we can use this plugin inside our application. So let's open the search.js file and at the UL element, let's add some more class called scrollbar -thin, scrollbar -thumb gray -100, and let's add scrollbar -track gray -200. Let's save this and check this again, and now our scrollbar looks great. So this is how you can add any Tailwind plugin and use it inside your application. Now if I click on any coin and still there is this pagination component, so let's remove this. Open the pagination.js file here and let's cut this return statement, and we will put one condition: if crypto data and crypto data dot length is greater than or equal to per page, then we will show it, else we will return null. Now let's get this crypto data from the context. Now in this condition, let me just check this spelling. This is the crypto data. Okay, now this condition is for the results like this one. So right now per page value is 20, or let's say 5 or 10, but the length of this data is just 1, so we should not show this pagination. Let's save this and it's gone. Now let's create one component to display the details of a single coin. Let's check our demo site. Let's create this component. Now go to the components folder and create one component called crypto details.js. Now for this specific component we are going to use React router. Now as you can see here, whenever I click on any of this coin, it changes the URL and then it displays this component. So for that, let's open the index.js file, and right here after the crypto component we will add crypto details component as the child of this crypto component. So just add children and one empty array. Inside this array, let's add path. Now this path is going to be a dynamic URL, so just add colon and coin ID, and for the element let's import the crypto details component. Now let's test this route. If you go to the URL and after the slash, if you type anything and press enter, it will show the crypto details. Now it is not showing that right now because we have to use outlet inside of this parent component. So let's go to the crypto.js and import the outlet component from the React router. Now let's check this out. If I type anything after the slash, and now it is displaying this crypto details component. So our routes are ready. So let's create this. Now for this component, we are going to use React portals to create this type of pop-up. So let's go to the public and index.html. Let's create one more div and set the ID to model or pop-up. Now right here, after the return keyword, let's import the React DOM and use the create portal function. Now this create portal function accepts two parameters. The one is the child element and the second is the node where you want to render this child component. Let's give it a node by document.get element by id, and id is the model. So this will render the crypto details div inside this model div, which is right here. Now why we are using a create portal and why we are creating this portal? Because whenever you create something like pop-up or such a component, it is better to use portals because it will not change the basic layout of the parent component or the component behind this pop-up. So it will give you a freedom to style this pop-up as you want. So that is why we are using the portal. Don't forget to import this React DOM. Also not from the client but from the React-DOM, and not the curly braces. So let's style this crypto details component. Let's add some classes. Let's keep the position to fixed, top to 0, and W to full, and height to full as well. Let's change the background color to gray -200 and background opacity to 30. Also let's add backdrop -blur -sm to add blurry effect, and set the display to flex, set items to center, and justify content to center. And now you can see our crypto details component. Also let's set font to font -Nunito. Now let's add one more div. Let's add the classes. Let's set its width to 65% and height to 75%. Let's set background to bg-gray-300 and background opacity to 75. Let's keep it as rounded corners, so rounded -LG. Let's set text -white and set the position to relative. And here's this small square where we will display all the details about a particular coin. Now We will use this API, which is coins/id, where we will pass the ID of the coin and it will give us the data. So for that, we have to get the ID from the URL. So let's get it. Now we are going to use a hook called useParams from the React router. So let's get the coin ID from the useParams hook and let's display it right here. Now why this coin ID? Because inside the index.js file we have already defined this dynamic parameter as this one, as coin ID. So that is why we are using this coin ID right here. And you can see this text and the text after this URL is almost same. If I write Bitcoin and press enter, it will change this text and this as well. So based on this URL, we are going to fetch the coin details. Let's open the crypto context and create one function called getCoinData. Let's go here and try this API. Just write coin ID, so write Bitcoin, and we don't want any localized language, so set false. And we don't want any tickers data, or now for the market data, set it to true. For community data, we don't want that. For developer data, set it to true. And for the Spark line, which is the 7 days data, now set it to false. Let's execute. Now here is all the data. Let's copy this URL and paste it right here. Let's remove this first. Now let's make this URL a dynamic. Now this getCoinData function will accept the coin ID. So let's pass this instead of this Bitcoin. And then it will give you the coin data. So let's create same as this state and call it as a coin data. Now instead of this set crypto data, let's use set coin data. Let's send this getCoinData function to the value prop and this coin data as well. Now inside this crypto details component, let's use layout effect. And whenever there is change in coin ID, it will call this getCoinData function by passing the coin ID. Let's grab this function from the context. Also, let's grab the coin data as well. So if there is coin data, then we will display the coin data dot ID, as we will display null. Let's save this and check this out. If I write Ethereum, and it is showing the ID. Now let's see how we can close this. For that we will use navigate hook. So let's create one variable called navigate and use navigate hook. This hook can let you use different features of the React router. By using this, we can navigate in our application to different routes. Let's create one function called close. Now this function will use navigate. Now it will navigate the user to the previous page, and if you want to go back to the previous page, you just have to type navigate to ... So it will send the user to the previous route. Let's connect this close function. Now whenever someone clicks outside of this div, it will redirect the user to the previous page. On click of this, we will call this function. Also, let's check this out. Right now I'm on the /Ethereum, but when I click on this, it will send me back to the root URL. Also, we don't want anyone to go back when someone clicks on this square, but it is still happening. So to prevent this, we can use stop propagation. So on click of this div, let's use event.stop propagation. Let's check this out. Now I'm clicking on this square, but it is still there. But when I'm click outside of this square, it will send me back to the previous page. Now let's see how we can get to this route by clicking on this coins. Open the table component and let's go to now let's go to this data.name, and right here let's call a link component from React router. Let's set this to prop, use curly braces and backticks. Now add slash, let's use ampersand and curly braces again. Now write data.id, so this will send the user to /data.id. Let's add one class name, which is the cursor dash pointer, and inside this link paste the data.name. Now same as this, let's do this for the symbol as well. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now let's save this and check this out. If I click on this BNB, it will give me the details of the Binance coin, and once I click on the outside of square, it will send me back to the root URL. Now let's test this again on USDT. It will show the details of the Tether. That's it. So let's style this component and display all the data of this particular coin. First, let's see which kind of data we are getting. Let's log the data. Open the cryptocontext.js file, and inside the getcoin.data, let's log this. So here is the data. Now first we will create two parts, the left and right side, and then we fill up all the details on the left as in this one, and on the right we will create this chart component. So let's open the crypto details. Now instead of this H1, let's remove this and create one div. Inside the class, let's set its display to flex and items to center. Justify all content by space between, height to full and width to full as well, and let's set padding of 4. Also let's use a small term of data instead of this coin data. So for that you can just use a colon and type the name you want. So we can use this data instead of this coin data. Now inside this div we will create 2 more divs, one for the left side and another for the right side. Now for the left div, let's add some classes. So let's set the display to flex and flex direction to flex column. Let's keep the width to 45% and height to full. Also let's set padding right to 2. And here is the left part. For now let's just give the background to red. Now for the right, keep the display to flex and direction of flex to flex column. Let's keep the width to 55% and height to full, and let's add padding left to 4, and also let's set background to green. Okay, so this is the 2 parts. Now first let's display this name and symbol. Let's remove this background red. Let's create one div, and inside this div let's add the image. Let's see how we can get the image. You can go here, data.image and .large. So let's use it, data.image.large, and for the alt let's just use data.id. Now after the image, let's add the name of the coin. So just write data.name, and after the name let's add the symbol by data.symbol inside the span tag, and here it is. Now let's style this. Now for this div, let's set its display to flex, width to full, and items to center. Now for the image, let's add classes, width to 3 rem and height to 3 rem as well. and let's add margin right and left to 1.5. Now it looks great. Now for the name, let's increase the text size to text-XL and also make it capitalize, and set font weight to font-medium. Now for the span tag, let's set text size to text-SM and set padding top and bottom to 0.5 and padding left and right to 2.5. So PY and PX. Let's set margin left to 2. Let's set the background to our primary color and text color is the same as the background. Now let's decrease the background opacity to 25. Let's keep this span rounded and all text to uppercase, and it looks great. So this is done. Now after this name, let's add all this information. So first we will create one div, and in this div we will add one more div for price label and current price, and next div is for this percentage, the change in current price. Let's create one more div, and inside this div let's create one more div for the price label. So let's add one span tag and just write price. Now after the price tag, let's create one more div and span tag. Inside this tag we will add the market price change data. So let's find it. Now any data related to market you can find from right here, market data, and we want price change percentage for 24 hours, this one. So let's write this, write data dot market underscore data dot, let's copy the price change percentage 24 hours. Now let's use number constructor, paste this and set to fixed function and write 2 for the 2 decimals. Also let's add this percentage sign, and here it is. Now after this div let's add the h2 tag where we will display the current price, which you can get from this market data. And here it is, the current price. Now this price is for almost all the currency, so we also have to pass this currency as well. So let's go here, and as we did for the table component, we will use INTL API. So open the table component and let's just copy this one and paste it right here. Now we have to use this currency from the use context. So let's call this from the crypto context. Now here we have to change this from data dot market underscore data dot current underscore price, and inside the array pass the currency. Let's check this out, and here it is. Also we can add one more option here, which is for the maximum fraction, maximum significant digits, and let's set it to 5, so that for any smaller value less than 0 it will display the 5 up to 5 decimal points. Now that's it. So let's style this. Now for this first div, let's add some class. Let's set display to flex and width to full. Let's set margin top to 6. Now for this second div, which contains both of this element, let's set its display to flex and flex direction to column, and also set the width to full. Now for this div, let's add display to flex, justify space between. We should place this h2 element after this div and not the other one, and it looks great. So let's add styling for this price label. Let's decrease the text size. Let's add padding left and right, so px-1. Instead of padding, let's first capitalize the text, and let's set its color to text dash gray dash 100. Now for this percentage, let's decrease the text size to SM. Let's add padding left and right to 1 and margin left to 2. Also let's increase the font weight, so right font dash medium. Set display to flex and all the items to center. Also let's make this rounded and uppercase. Also let's set the background opacity to 25. Now here, if the percentage is less than 0, then we should display this in the red, otherwise we will display it in the green. So for that, let's just copy this and use curly braces and paste it right here. Now make sure you use the backticks and not the single quotes. Now in this class name, we will check if the data.market data price change percentage 24 hours is greater than 0 or not. If it is greater than 0, then we will add the two class names. First we will check this. If this is greater than 0, then we will add background color to red and text to red as well. Sorry, the green. Otherwise it is red, and it looks great. Also, let's add one down or up arrow SVG as well. Let's go to the assets and select this select dash icon. Copy this SVG and paste it right after the span tag before the closing div tag. Let's save this, and here is the SVG. Now we will fill this SVG for the green or red. So let's do that. Inside this class name, let's use this comparison. If it is greater than 0, then we will use fill dash green. Otherwise we will use fill dash red. Also remove this fill color from the path, and let's check this out. Now this is green but arrow is downward, so let's add one more class inside this fill dash green and use rotate dash 180. Now it looks great. Also, let's add some other classes. Before this comparison, let's set width to 1 rem and margin left to 0.5. And this looks great. Let's add some styling for this h2 tag. Let's set text size to text-lg and font to bold. And this looks great. Let's open this for the Bitcoin. Now let's add this market cap, total volume, and also this fully diluted valuation. Inside this div, let's create another div, and again the span tag for the label, which is the market cap. After the span tag, let's use h2, where we will again use the INTL API. So let's copy this one. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Now instead of current price, set the market underscore cap. Now after this h2 and this div, let's create another div, or just copy this one for the fully diluted valuation. So let's set its label as a fully diluted valuation, and same for this value as well. Let's check this out. and cannot read the property of undefined reading USD. Let's reload this again and check the coin details inside the market data. Let's go to the market cap, and here is the USD data. Let's find this fully diluted valuation, and here it is. Let's paste this here, and there is this spelling mistake, I guess. And we are getting the values. Let's style this. Now for this first div, let's add the class flex, width -full, margin top to 4, and justify content to space between. And now for this second div, let's add flex and flex -column. Now for this label, let's copy the classes for the price label, which is right here, and paste it inside this span tag. Same goes for the h2 tag. Let's copy this and paste it here, but we will keep the text size to text dash base. Let's do the same for this span as well, and for this h2 element. Also copy this class name and add it inside this div. Now it looks great. Now let's add the total volumes. Now let's add this total volume. Now just copy this div and paste it again, and remove this last one and this div as well, and set from change flex direction from flex -row to flex -column. Here we will change the label from market cap to total volume, and instead of market underscore cap, let's use total underscore volume. And here it is. Now these values are too big, so let's add some option inside this INTL API. So for this fully diluted valuation, instead of this, let's add one more option called notation, and keep this notation to compact. And now you can see it is in the compact format. And also for the market cap, now instead of this option, let's change it to minimum fraction digits to 0, so there will be no any fraction digits, and it will show the whole number. Let's copy this and paste it for this total volume as well. Now next is this indicator. So let's create one div and write indicator. Now for this div, let's add some classes. Set flex width to full, margin top to 4, and justify content to space between. Now we will add this indicator later after we add all this information. So let's decrease this. Just copy this div which has a market cap and fully diluted valuation and paste it after the indicator, and let's change these values. Now instead of this market cap, change this to low 24 hours, and also this value as well. So let's write low underscore 24 hours. Save this, and here it is. Now for this value, let's set minimum fraction digits to 5. Now let's set this for the high 24 hours. Copy this option and paste it here. And this looks great. Now we will add more information about the max supply and circulating supply. So let's copy this div again and paste it right here. Change the label to max supply and this value as well, max underscore supply. Now there is no need to add the currency here. And also let's set minimum fraction digits to 0. Same goes for this one. Let's change this label to circulating supply, and instead of high underscore 24, let's write circulating underscore supply. Let's remove this one. Let's save this, and here it is. Also let's remove this. Let's change this minimum fraction digits from 5 to 0, and this looks great. Now let's add these 3 links. Now you will find these links inside the, let's open this and open these links. Right here you will find almost all the links regarding the social accounts of this particular coin. So let's display them. Let's create the one div and add the class. Set flex width to full and margin top to 4 and justify between. Now inside this first div we will display all 3 links. So let's add one div, add some class, flex and flex direction to column. Let's add one link. Let's just write one for now, and for this second div we will display the sentiment value. So for the second div, write the class name, display to flex, flex direction to column, and content to start. Justify content to start. Let's add one span tag and write sentiment. After the span tag, let's create one more div. Now this div will contain the information about the positive and negative percentage of the public sentiment. Now the sentiment is same as this one, so let's just copy this, open the price section, and let's copy this div before the h2 element and paste it right here after the span tag. And here it is, and also paste one more div, and there are two. Now we don't need the label, so let's remove this label for both of this. Also, let's add margin top bottom to 1 for this first one. Let's add for the second one as well. Now let's see how we can get this sentiment value. So open the coin data, and here it is. Sentiment values votes up percentage and votes down percentage. So let's set this here. Remove this market data and paste the votes up percentage. Now we don't need this comparison because we are creating two different div. So let's remove this, and let's do the same for this SVG as well. But make sure you keep the background or fill color. Let's set the votes down percentage for the second one. So after the sentiment label, there are this first div which contains the votes up percentage, and the second div contains the votes down percentage. And let's remove this quotation. Now it looks great. Now instead of this, let's add all the links. Let's open this links. Now first we will display this home page and this one. So inside this home page there is an array, so we will display this first element. Now instead of this, let's use data dot links dot homepage and the 0th element. Also, let's say if link is too much bigger, then we don't want to cover it for the whole element. So instead of that, we will just use one function called substring, which will only show the substring of this whole link up to the 0 to 30 digits. So let's save this and check this out. And here is the link. Now for the second link, we will use the blockchain site, blockchain_underscore site, and this first website. Let's copy this and paste it for 2 times. And let's copy blockchain_underscore site and paste it right here. And for the third link, we will use the links.official forum URL. Here are all 3 links. Now we can get mostly both of this link for almost all coins, but not every coin has this forum link. So let's copy this one and add a condition. If there is this link, then we will display this anchor tag. Also there is one operator called optional chaining operator, which lets you check whether the left side value is defined or not. So you can use it by just placing question mark and dot, and for all of this we can double check. Now let's say if this links is undefined, then it will throw the undefined instead of an error. Same goes for this data as well. So let's use this optional chaining operator for all of this links. Now let's style this. Let's add one class name for this links. Let's set text size to text-sm and background to bg-gray-200 and text to text-gray-100. Let's set padding left and right to 1.5 and set padding top and bottom to 0.5 and also margin top and bottom to 1, and let's use the rounded corners. So that's it. Also let's open all of these links inside a new tab. So let's use target_blank and also this attribute called rel and set it to no referrer. That's it for these links, and let's change this style of for this sentiment label. For that you can just copy this and paste it inside this span tag. Now that's it for the left side. Now let's create the chart for the right part of this element. Now here I forgot to add the indicator. Now for this indicator, let's create a different component, because in that component we are going to use date. So let's create one component called high low indicator, and here we will pass the current price high and low value. And for now, let's return the span tag called indicator. Let's use this instead of this indicator. Now inside of this indicator, we will pass the current price as data dot market underscore data dot current underscore price of the current selected currency. Let's copy this and paste it for 2 times. Now this one is for the high. Here we will pass data dot market data dot high underscore 24, and same goes for the low. Now let's calculate how we can display this indicator. There is something error. Let me check this again. Okay, instead of this 24, we have to add the H for the hour. And now we are getting the data. Now for this indicator, now this point is the low of the 24 hours and this one is the high point of the 24-hour price. Now for this green line, we have to subtract the current value from the high 24, and the rest of the part is the red line. So let's calculate this. First, let's just add 2 lines. Just create React fragments and create one span and add NBSP. This is just for the one single space. Let's add the class name. Let's write pg-red h-1.5 and rounded left to large. And for now, let's just write width to 50%. Let's create this same span element, and instead of red, let's write green, and here we will change the rounded dash left to right. Let's save this, and here is our indicator. So let's change this value dynamically. Create one state called green, and initially set it to undefined. Now we will use effect to calculate the value. Now when there is this prices, then we will calculate the green zone. So let total of indicator is high minus low, so this will be the total width of the indicator. And then let's calculate the green zone, which will be the high minus current price. So now we want the percentage value of this green zone. So first let's multiply this by 100 and divide this whole value by the total. And let's set the green state with this green zone value. Now this green zone could be fractional value, so let's use math.sale and add the green zone. That's just it. Now inside this span, let's add one style. Now we should not use this green state value inside this classes, because now these class are already applied before this calculation happens. So instead we should use this style attribute inline styling. So in this inline styling, set the width to, let's use backticks ampersand, and just now for the red we will subtract the green zone from 100 and then add the percentage. Let's copy this and do the same for the green, but instead we don't need to subtract this value. And let's check this out. And here is our indicator. Now let's check this for the another coin, and it's working great. Now let's create the chart component. Open the components folder and create one file called chart.js. Now let's import this inside the cryptodetails.js file. Make sure you are on the right div. Now we are going to use this API. Here it is, /coin/id/market_chart. Now this will give us different data. So let's try it out. Just write Bitcoin, and in the currency let's write USD. Let's keep it as a 7 days and daily inside this interval. And here is the prices data. There is prices, market caps, and total volumes. So inside this data, now this first is the Unix timestamp, and the second one is the price value. So let's use this API. Now here we have to pass the ID of the coin. So let's just pass ID equal to data.id. And inside this chart component, let's deconstruct the ID prop. Now here we will not use any context API, since we are going to use this data in the chart component only. So that is why we will use the use layout effect. Let's go to the crypto context and just copy this. And paste it right here. Now this is going to be async, so instead of this we can create one async function inside this use layout effect. Let's create one function called get chart data and add async keyword before this function and paste this here. Let's change this URL. Just copy this request URL and paste it right here. Also, instead of Bitcoin, let's pass the ID. Here is the chart data log, and let's create one state to store this data. Let's name this as chart data. Initially it is undefined, and instead of the set coin data, let's use the set chart data. Let's call this function right here, and don't forget to pass the ID, and here as well. Also, we want to call this function whenever there is any change inside this ID, so make sure you put the ID inside this dependency. Let's save this, and here is the chart data. Now there are three types of data: for the market caps, for prices, and for total volume. Now let's implement our chart component. Now for the chart, we are going to use a library called recharts. So just open this recharts.org. Let's go to the guide and getting started. So this is just a simple example for this line chart. So let's just copy this one and paste it before the chart component. Let's write this as chart component, and let's make this a arrow function. Now let's import this component inside this chart component. Let's remove this one and add one more object. Let's modify this data to, let's say, 100. And here is this chart. Let me remove the background. Let's open the crypto details and remove this bg-green. Now here is the line chart. Now inside this line chart, let's use our own data. Now right here, we have to convert this data into a array of objects so that this chart component can use it. Same is like this format. So let's convert this data. So right now we are getting this three fields: market caps, prices, and total volumes. So let's convert this data. First we will use the prices, and inside this prices it has an array, and each of this array contains one more array with the two values. The first one is the Unix timestamp and second is the price. So let's convert this data. Let's create one variable called converted data, and in this variable we will use data and dot prices dot map, and it will give us one single array. Let's call it a item. Now we will return an object. This object contains two fields. One is the data and the second is the let's say price or prices. Now inside this data, the first one is the Unix timestamp, so we have to convert in a readable date. So let's use new date, and inside this we will pass the first item, so item 0, and let's convert this to a local date string. And for the prices, we will give the item the first index. Now for the prices, we will use the last element of this item, which is at the first index. Also, let's use one more curly braces. Let's log this before we pass it into the chart component. So here is our converted data. The first is the date and the second is the prices. Let's set chart data with this converted data and also pass this chart data inside this chart component. Let's deconstruct this data, and instead of this, let's remove this one, and let's check this out. And we have to change this data key. Now for this data key, we will use the prices. Let's save this, and here is our chart. Now let's modify this chart a little bit. Let's change the stroke color. So go to the Tailwind config and copy this one and paste it right here. And here it is. Also, let's keep the stroke width to 1 pixel. If you want to increase this, then just write the 2 pixel, and it looks great. Now let's add the x-axis and y-axis. So let's go to this documentation and just copy this and paste it right here. Now for this x-axis, we will use the date instead of the prices, because we have already used this prices inside this line chart. And let's change this to date and not the data. Let's import both of this from the recharts. Let's check this out. And it looks great. Now let's add the tooltip. Make sure you import this from the recharts. So here it is. Let's add the grid as well. You can go to this guide, and here is the Cartesian grid. Copy this and paste it right here. Let's import this as well. And here is the grid. Now we can also add the legend which shows the information about the chart. So let's use it. And here is the details about the chart. So this chart is about the prices. Now this chart is not that responsive, so let's make this. If you open the recharts documentation and go to the API, and in this general components there is one component called responsive container. By using this you can easily make this chart responsive, so let's use this. Let's wrap this whole chart by responsive container. Don't forget to import this. Now let's set its height to 90%. And it is not visible because we have no height in this div. So let's add some class. Let's set width to full and height to 60%. And now it looks great. Also, as you can see here, this is responsive chart. Now let's modify some elements of this chart. Now we don't want x-axis to show this big numbers, so let's just hide it by this parameter called hide. And also for y-axis we will use the date key of prices, and also let's hide this as well. Also let's change the color of this grid. So instead of this CCC, let's go to the config file and copy this one and paste it right here. And now it looks great. Also this chart is look like horizontal, so let's change the domain of this y-axis. And for that you can just use domain, and inside the array let's write auto and auto for the second value. And now it looks great. Now for this all different options you can go to this API and check this out. If you click on this y-axis you will get all the different options that you can apply. Now our chart looks great. Now let's customize this tooltip. Let's go to the guide and click on this customize. If you scroll down you will find this third point which says the content of tooltip can be customized. So let's just copy this one and paste it below the chart component. Also copy this as well and paste it instead of this tooltip. Let's save this. Now for the custom tooltip we don't want any intro, so let's remove this. Now in this custom tooltip we are getting total 3 values. The one is the payload, label and active. From the payload you can access different data, and this is for the label, and Active is for if this is active, then it will show the tooltip. Now let's save this and check this out. And our label is too bigger. Let's remove this as well. Let's change this payload dot value in a price format. So for that we will use INTL API. So you can go to the table component and let's copy this, and here let's paste this, and instead of data.current price, add this, which is payload underscore 0 dot value. And also we will need this currency. So for now let's just pass currency, and for the default value let's use the USD. Let's save this, and now it looks great. Let's add this option, which is the minimum fraction digits, and set it to 5. Let's save this, and it looks great. Also let's add some class. Let's decrease the text size to text-sm and text color as well. Now it looks great. Now let's pass this currency value from here. Now to get this currency value, we will use the use context. Let's pass this currency in this chart component. And let's deconstruct it from here and send this to tooltip. That's it. Now let's remove this cursor. So for that, just go to this tooltip and set cursor to false. And now it looks great. So let's reload this again. Now there is this outline inside the tooltip. Let's remove it as well. Let's use the wrapper style prop, and right here just write outline equals none. Make sure you use the double curly braces, and it's gone. So let's see how we can add this different buttons after the chart component so that we can see different charts. Now there are total 3 buttons for the price, market cap, and total volume, and based on this we are changing this chart, and we are getting the data for 7 days, 14 days, and 30 days. So let's create these buttons. Now we are getting 3 types of data from this API call. The one is for the prices, the second is the market cap, and third is the total volume. So let's create one state where we can store the type of the data. Let's name it as a type. And initially let's set this to prices, and we will use this type state inside this right here. Let's remove this and use the square bracket and paste the type. And we will also modify this name as well. We also have to change our type from here, because if we click on the market cap, then it should show the market cap and not for the prices. So let's pass the type. Let's deconstruct the type from here and pass it to the data key. Let's save this and create different buttons. Create one div and add class. Let's set it display to flex. And let's create one button, and this is for the price. Now on click of this button, we will set the type to prices. Let's create two more buttons, and on click of this we will set the market underscore cap, and for this we will use the total underscore volume. Let's see this again. Let's check this data again to just verify. Now prices, market underscore it is caps, and total underscore it is volumes with an S. So let's just change this. Let's save this and check this out. So here is the three buttons. When I click on this market cap, and there is the error. And there is some error inside the custom tooltip, and it could not find the value. So let's put a condition right here, and if it is active and it has the payload and the payload dot length should be greater than 0. Let's save this and check this again. Click on the market cap, and somehow it is still not working. Let's see why. Because we have to call this function again whenever we change the type state. So let's add this type state inside this effect dependency. And let's check this again. Now this is for the market cap. Now when I click on this total volumes, the chart is changing. Now let's set 3 more buttons for the days to set the days, and for that we have to create one more state. Let's copy this and let's name it as days. Initially let's set this to 7 days, and let's add this in this URL instead of 7. let's create one button, and instead of set type we will use set days and set this state to 7 for the 7-day. Let's copy this for 2 more times, and this is for the 14 days, and the last one is for the 30 days. Change this name as well. Let's save this, and here it is. Also, let's not forget to add this days inside this dependency. Let's click on this 14 days, and the chart is shown for the 14 days. Let's go for the 30 days, and it looks great. Now let's style these buttons. Now for this button, let's select all the buttons and add some class names. Now first, let's decrease the size of this text and add padding top and bottom to 0.5 and padding left and right to 1.5. Let's add margin left to 2. Let's save this, and now it looks great. Now for the active buttons we will add some different style, and so for that let's add all these classes inside the curly braces, and make sure you use the backticks. Now let's say type state is equal to the prices, then this button is active, and so that we will use the background color to this primary color, and we will change the text color to this one as well. Also, if it is not active, we will change the background color to gray-200 and text color to the gray-100. Let's save this, and we have to add one more class. So let's add this class in all of this button, which is the PG-opacity, background opacity. Let's set this to 25, and let's save this. And now it looks great. Also, let's add one more class, which is the let's make this rounded. And this looks great. Let's capitalize this text as well. Now we have to check this for all the buttons. So let's copy this and paste inside all the buttons. Now let's say if price is market_cap, then it will activate, it will apply the active style for this button. And if now instead of this cap, it is actually caps, and here it is total_volumes. Now for this 3 button, we will use the days state. Now for the first, let's say if days is equal to 7, then it will apply this style. Now for the second, it is 40, and for the third, it is 30 days. Let's save this and check this out. And now it looks great. Now let's add this 3 details. We will add those details inside this crypto details component. So after the chart, let's create one div. Let's add classes, set display to flex and flex direction to column and margin top to 4. Let's use the h3 tag, and first is the label, so we will use span. Just write market cap rank, and here let's add the value. So first let's find all 3 values. First is the market cap rank, second is the CoinGecko rank, and the score. So let's open the coin data, and here is the market cap rank. The second is the CoinGecko rank and CoinGecko score. So let's use this. Now after the span, let's display the data dot market underscore cap underscore rank. Let's copy this and paste it for 2 more times. Now the second is the market CoinGecko rank, and this one is the score. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. And here is our data. Let's style this. Now for this h3, let's add class name to text dash white and padding top and bottom to 1. Also add this class in both of these h3 tags. Now for the span, let's add the text color to text gray dash 100 and add capitalize and margin right to 1. Let's do the same for the other 2 labels. And it looks great. So our crypto details component is almost completed. Now let's add this social links. Now for this link, we are going to use position absolute. So let's create one more div after this one. And let's call the anchor tag. First is the GitHub. Let's copy this and paste it for 3 more times. Let's add the classes. Now set position to absolute, 8 from the bottom and 8 from the right. Also let's set the display to flex and items to center. Let's save this, and here is our different links. Now let's find these links from the data. Now let's open the links right here, and let's find the one for the GitHub. Now inside this link, click on this repos URL, and here is the GitHub link. So let's copy this one and let's change here. So first is the data dot links dot repos underscore URL and dot GitHub, and select the first link. Now the second is for the Twitter. So now outside of this repo URL there is one Twitter screen name. Now this is just a username of the Twitter, so let's copy this and create 3 links. And now for this Twitter screen username, we have to add the starting part of the link. So let's add it. Just copy this and add https://twitter.com and /username. So this is for the Twitter. Now the second link is for the subreddit, and here is the subreddit URL. So this is just a full URL, so we don't have to do this. So instead of this, just add the subreddit underscore URL. And the fourth one is the Facebook. So let's find it, and here is the Facebook username. So this is same like Twitter. So let's copy this, and instead of this, let's change the Facebook URL. Also, let's open these links inside a new tab. Let's use this to remove this warning. And our links are ready. Now not all the coins contains such links, so for that we have to put a check condition. So let's add this conditions. If data.links.repo_url.github is there, then we will display this link. Let's do the same for all of these links. And let's save this. Now instead of this names, we will use the SVG. So just go to the assets folder and let's find the SVG for the GitHub. Let's just copy this and paste it instead of this GitHub name. Let me format this. and save this. And it shows this SVG error. Now there are some elements of this SVG are not compatible with the React, so we have to convert this SVG to a React component. So just copy this SVG and let's open the SVGR and paste it here. Now let's copy this converted SVG and paste it here. Remove this props and save this. And here is the GitHub. Now let's do for all of these icons. The second is the Twitter. Now the third one is the Reddit. The last is the Facebook. And here are all the icons. So let's resize them. Let's add classes in all of these links. Set text to text-lg and padding left and right to 1. And it looks great. Now for all the SVG, let's change the fill color inside the path. Let's add the class name called fill-cyan. And this looks great. So our crypto details component is completed. Now this will work for almost all the coins. So our crypto page is completed. Now let's create this trending page. Now in this trending page, we will display the top 7 trending coins. And for that, we will use this API right here. Now for this trending.js, we are going to use the same layout as the crypto. So let's just copy this one and paste it right here. Also, as we did for the crypto, we are going to create one more context object for the trending. So let's just copy this everything from the crypto context.js and create one context file called trend context, or let's create trending context.js file and paste everything right here. Now we will only need this get crypto data function and we will convert it to get trending data. And next is this reset function. Let's remove both of this function and this dependency as well. Let's clear out this value prop. We don't need this dates nor this one. Let's remove both of this date as well. Now let's change this name from crypto context to trending context, and also instead of crypto provider, write trending provider. Let's change this state to trend data. Now instead of this, let's write get trend data function, and let's change this URL. Let's remove this and copy this URL and paste it right here. Instead of set crypto data, we will use set trend data. And instead of this, we will call the get trend data function. Now we don't have this state, and instead of set coin search, we will use get trend data function. So whenever someone clicks on the reset button, it will reload the trending data. Let's name this as reset trending result. Now inside the value prop, let's send the trend data and reset trending result function. So let's save this and also export this trending provider and import this inside the home.js file. Now this is how you can use multiple context providers. Now we can use this trending provider and trending context inside the trending.js file. Now go to the table component and let's copy this first div and paste it right here. Let's see the output, and this looks great. Now instead of this, let's write flex wrap and justify everything as a space evenly, and let's set the width to full and minimum height to 60%. Let's set it to 60 VH viewport height, and let's set padding top and bottom to 8. Now it looks great. Now let's use the trend data. So call this from the trending context. Make sure you import the use context hook from the React and import the trend context as well. Now let's check if we have a trend data. Then we will use this data. Now before this, let's see which kind of data we are getting. So here is the trend data. Now this is for the coins and this is for the exchanges. Now for the coins, it shows the array and there are total 7 coins. So instead of just setting the data from inside this get trend data function, let's set data dot coins. So it will directly set the array of coins inside this trend data state. So let's map this data dot map, and it will give us the coin. For now, just write the coin dot name. Let's check this again. So this is the coin, and each of this coin has one more property called item, and after the item we can access this properties. So coin dot item dot name. Let's save this, and here are all the 7 coins. So let's create this layout. Now for that, we will create one single component for all of these coins. So go to the components and create one component called trending coin.js. Let's import this inside the trending.js file. We will pass data as a coin. Also, let's set the key as well, which is data dot coin underscore ID. Let's save this, and inside the trending coin.js, let's deconstruct the data. Now let's render the data dot name. Let's use let's set data dot item dot name, and here are all the coins. So let's create a layout for this. Now we are getting different informations such as this one, so we will use few of this info in our single component. Now for the image, we can use this large. So let's use it. Now for this div, we will set its width to 40% and background to background gray dash 200. Let's set margin bottom to 12, and let's save this. Now we don't want to set margin bottom for the last one, so let's remove this. For the last one, margin bottom is 0. Now let's set the rounded corners to large and padding to 4. Set the position to relative and cursor to pointer. Also on hover, we will change the background color to background gray 100, and let's change the opacity on hover to background dash opacity dash 40. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's check for the data again. If there is any data, then we will display it, else we will return null. Now first, let's display different details. For that, we will use the h3 tag, and let's use span for the label. Now first is the name and the value, which is the data.name. Let's save this. And I think it should be data.item.name, and here it is. Now instead of this, let's just go to the trending.js file, and let's pass the coin.item so we don't have to write item each time. And from here, let's remove this, and now it's working. Also, let's add the smaller image, which is at the data.small. For the alt, let's use data.name, and here is the image. Now let's add some class inside this h3 tag. Set text size to text dash base, set display to flex, and items to center, and set margin top and bottom to 0.5. Now for this label, let's set the class name, set text color to text dash gray dash 100, and capitalize it. Now for the value, let's change its color to text dash cyan. Also, let's decrease the size of the image. Set width to 1.5 rem and height to 1.5 rem as well. Set margin left and right to 1.5 and round it to full. That's it for this first line. Now let's do the same for the second line. Now remove this image. Now here we have to use the React fragments. Now for this second element, we will display the market cap rank. So write data dot market underscore cap underscore rank. Also, we have to add some space after this label. So just write ampersand NBSP for both of these labels. And now it looks great. Now the next one is the pricing. So let's just copy this, paste it right here. And the price is in the BTC. So let's give it a label, which is price, and in the bracket let's write in BTC. Now for this price, we will use the INTL API. So go to the table component and let's find this one. Just copy this and paste it right here. Put this inside the format. Also, the currency is the Bitcoin, so just write BTC, and here is the price. Now also let's add one option here, which is the maximum significant digits, and set it to 5. And now it looks great. Now for the next one, let's copy this and paste it here. Next is the score. So just use data.score and it looks great. Let's check our final version, and we have displayed all the details except this big image. So let's display this. For the image, let's copy this one and paste it right here. Now for the width, let's set this to 35% and height to auto. Remove the margin and keep the rounded dash full. Let's set position to absolute, and from the top we will use 2/4, 2x4, which is almost 50%. Then we will use negative right to 12. And also use negative translate to translate y dash 2/4. And instead of this data.small, we will use data.large. I think there is some spelling mistake right here. Right, translate dash y. Now it looks great. Now on click of this coins, I want to show this crypto details component. So for that, let's edit some route. Go to the index.js file and just copy this and add after the trending element, so that we can use this crypto details component, which will run after the trending / coin ID. Let's go to this trending coin, and now we will use the use navigate hook to navigate the user whenever someone clicks on the coin. So let's use one variable called navigate and import the use navigate hook from the React Router DOM. And let's create one function called get coin details. In this function we will pass the ID, and let's navigate the user to /ID. Copy this and let's use on click on this div. On click of this div, this function gets called, and let's pass the ID as well. Let's say this and click on this coin. And there is some error. Now the URL is changing, but it is not showing the crypto details, and this happens because we forgot to add the outlet component in the trending.js file. So let's add it. Make sure you import it from the React Router DOM. And here is the crypto details component. Let's open for this one. Now this looks really great. That's it for this page. Now also let's add this reset button right here. So let's go to the filters.js file. Now copy this button and inside the trending coin. Now not inside this one, but let's open the trending.js file, and before this div let's paste this button, and also we will call this function we set trending result right here, and instead of this just paste this function. Let's save this, and the button is right here, so let's change its position. Inside the button, set the position to absolute and set its value to right 0 and negative top to 10, and here it is. So if you click on this, it will reload the data if there is any update on the data. Let's remove this extra margin top. Now remove this empty -9 and let's check this again, and now it looks great. Now so our trending component is completed. Now let's create this saved page. Now before we create this saved page, let's open this finished website and open the console, and let's click on this application. Now if you open this local storage, then as you can see here there is one key called coins, and there is a Bitcoin inside the value. If I click on this star, which is at the USDT coin, then it will add this Tether coin. So whenever someone clicks on this coins, it will add the coin ID in this local storage, and in the saved page we will use this data to load this all the details. Now for this to work, we will have to add the functionality to add and remove the coin from the local storage. So let's work on the table component first. Now instead of this button, let's create a individual component for this one. Now inside this table component.js file, create one component called saved ptn, and from this component we will return this button. Also let's render this save button right here. Make sure you pass the data so that we can use data.id. Let's deconstruct the data and let's save this, and it is working. Now as we have created trending context for the trending page, we will create the almost same for the saved page as well. So let's create one file in the context folder called storage context.js, and let's paste everything from the trending context to storage context. Now inside this storage context, first let's change this names from trending context to storage context, and also the name of this provider from trending provider to storage provider. Now let's remove both of these functions for now. And now first, inside the use effect, now inside this effect we will check if the local storage is there or not, and if it is there we will check if there is any value called coins, and if it is not there then we will initialize it with an empty array. So let create one variable, let is there equals json.parse, and we will use local storage dot get item. We will store the our array inside the key value pair, and the key will be the coins. Now if is there has any value, then it will become true, or it will return false. Now if is there is false, then we will set the local storage with empty array, else we will set the state with the current values from the local storage. So when is there is false, which means we have to add exclamation mark and is there variable. So when is there is false, this condition becomes true. So let's set the local storage by using local storage dot set item and add the key, which is coins. Now for the value we will use json.stringify and an empty array. So this will create an empty array inside the local storage. Now also let's create one state called all coins. Now initially this state is an empty array. Now if there is a local storage and there is some items inside this coin, then we will set the all coins state. So first let's get the all coins from the local storage. So let's create one new variable called total coins, and let's use json.parse to get the values from the local storage. Now to get value we can use local storage dot get item and just pass the key value. Now we are using a json.parse because we have to use json.stringify to store any value inside a local storage, and then when you get this value it is in the string, so we will use json.parse to convert it into a object or an array. So let's set all coin state with the total coins. Let's save this and let's remove the trend data as well. After saving this, let's import this provider in the home component. So let's write storage provider and wrap this main element with this one. That's it. So let's test this. Now if I refresh this, there is already an empty array, and if I delete this local storage and reload this page again, it will again set this empty array. Now let's create a function to add or remove the coin ID from this local storage. So let's create one function called save coin. This function will accept one coin ID, and If there is any already coins are there, we don't want to override them. So first let's get these coins. Let's create one variable called old coins. Let's use json.parse and local storage dot get item, and let's pass the key, which is the coins. Now if old coins dot includes coin ID, which means this if old coins has already this coin, let's say a Bitcoin is already there, then we will return null. Else we will add the coin. So let new coin. First let's use a spread operator to store the all values of an old coins, and also add the new coin ID. Also let's set all coin state with this new coin variable and the local storage as well. First parameter is the key and second parameter is the value. Now make sure you export this function by passing this into the value prop. Now let's test this function. Let's go to the table component, and inside the saved button let's call the save coin function. Make sure you pass the storage context and not the crypto context. So when someone clicks on this button, on click of this button, it will call the handle click function. So let's define this handle click function. Now in this function we will call this save coin function. Now make sure you pass this data.id, and also let's pass the event as well, so that we can prevent any default values, default events. Let's save this and let's check this out. If I click on this BTC, it will add the coin value here. Now if I again click this one, it will not add the coin because it is still it is already there. Let's click on this Ethereum, USDT, USDC, and it is working great. Now let's see how we can change the style of this star icon. Now from the storage context, let's export this all coins value. Inside this table component, now we will check if now in this class, let's use the curly braces and backticks. Now for this fill values, we will add one condition. Let's add dollar and curly braces, and if all coins, let's import it from the use context. If all coins dot includes the data.id, then we will fill this SVG with fill-cyan, otherwise we will keep it as gray, field dash gray dash 100. Let's save this. Now as you can see here, these 4 coins are already filled because all 4 coins IDs are there inside this local storage. Now let's one more. Let's add the XRP, and this is working great. Now let's create one more function to remove the coin. Create a function called remove coin and also pass the coin ID. Now same as we did for the save coins, first we will get all the coins from the local storage, and also let's filter out this coin from the local storage. So let new coin will be the old coins dot filter, which will give us the single coin value, and we will filter out the coins that are not same as the coin ID. So this will filter out the coin ID that you pass inside this function from the old coins. Now let's set the state and local storage with this new coin, and that's it. Let's pass this function to this value prop and open the table component. Now here we have to check if the coin is already there or not. Let's say if all coins dot includes the data dot ID, then we will call the delete function, or sorry, then we will call the remove coin function. Make sure you pass the coin ID. Let's get this from the use context, and if coin is not there, then we will call the save coin function by passing the coin dot ID. So let's test this. Now these coins are already there inside this local storage, and when I click on this star again, it will remove this from the local storage, and color is also changed. Let's do for all these coins, and it is working great. Now let's see how we can use this local storage to display the data inside this saved page. Let's open the trending.js file and copy everything and paste it inside the save.js file. Let's change this name from trending to saved, and right here as well. Let's save this. So for now it will display this trending page. Now let's remove this trending coin. Now from the crypto context, let's copy this function called get crypto data, and let's paste it inside this storage context. Let's change this name to get saved data, and in this function we will pass the total coins. Let's set default coins. Let's set all coins state as a default value for this total coins. Now remove this one. Now in this URL we will use this total coins. Now instead of coin search, write total coins dot. Now join this array of total coins by a single comma. Let's create one state to save this saved data. Let's name it as saved data. Initially it is undefined, and instead of this set crypto data, we will use the set saved data. Also, we will call this function whenever there is any coins inside the local storage. So in this use effect, let's put one condition that if total coins dot length is greater than 0, then we will call the get saved data function and also pass the total coins as a value. Let's save this and send the saved data through value prop. Now let's render this saved data inside this one. Now for the saved data, there is some errors. Let's remove these errors. Here are some variables that we have not inside the storage context, so we can get this by using the use context. You can also use another context value inside this different context. So we are going to use crypto context to get this currency and sort by value by using use context hook and pass the crypto context object. This should be the capital B. Now we don't want this parameter, so let's remove this and this as well, and let's save this. Now inside this saved component, we are going to use the same layout as the table component. So let's just copy this table, and instead of this trending coin data, let's paste this table right here. Also let's copy this button as well and paste it before the saved component. And let's import everything that is needed for this one. Now instead of crypto data, we are going to use the saved data. Let's remove this. Let's get the saved data from the storage context. So instead of trend data, use saved data. Now let's grab this currency from the crypto context. Let's import this link from the React Router DOM. Also, we will create a similar function as we did for the trending context. Let's copy this and inside the storage context, paste it right here. Instead of get trend data, we will call the get saved data and change this name to reset saved result, and let's send it through the value prop. Let's get this function from the saved storage context, and let's just save this. Now I think there are two components. Let me check this again. I forgot to remove this map function. Let's just remove this and this as well. Let's save this and check this again. And now it looks great. There is something problem with this layout, so let's check this out. Now we don't need this flex or flex wrap and justify evenly. This is for the trending. Let's save this. And now it looks great. Also, when we click on this coin, it will set this coin ID inside this URL, but we have not set route for this. So let's go to the index.js file, and same as we did for this trending, let's copy this and paste right here. And let's check this out. If I click on this ETH, it will show the data for the Ethereum. And if I click on this XRP, it is showing this awesome data. Now if I click on this star icon again, it should be removed from this saved page, but it is still there. So because on click on this, it will remove the coin from this local storage, but it will not remove from this component because it is not re-rendering this whole component. So let's go to the storage context and create one hook called use effect. Now we will use this hook to again call the get saved data function. So whenever there is a change in the all coins state, it will call the get saved data. But first we will add the condition that if all coins dot length is greater than 0, then we will call the get saved data function by passing the all coins state. Else we will set the saved data to undefined. Let's save this and check this out. So let me add a few more coins. And here are all 4 coins, and when I click on the star, it will remove this coin from this list. Now we have implemented almost all the functionalities, and let's check this button. It is also working. Now let's add the loading for different components. Now go to the components and open the search.js file. Here we have already created one loading screen. So just copy this div, this whole div, and let's close everything and first open the table component. Now here, if there is crypto data, then we are showing the table, else we are returning the null. So instead of null, we will show this loading, and instead of searching, just write please wait, and let's save this and check this out. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, it is there for a few seconds. Let's increase the minimum height for this div. Let's set minimum dash height to 60 VH, which is for viewport height. Let's reload this, and it looks great. Let's reload this again. Now there is some issue with the pagination. I think this should not happen. There is at least 1300 pages. So let's check the console. And here is the error. There is some error in the API call for the coins dash list, and I already checked this for a few more times, and because of this error it is delaying the calling this API. So instead of this, what we can do, let's comment this out and just set the total pages with the number we already know, that 13220. You can get this number by reloading this again, and here is the number 13220. So CoinGecko has APIs for almost 13,220 coins. So let's set this instead of calling this API again and again, just to get the total number of coins, and save this. And now it looks great. Also, when I change the page, there is no loading screen, and this is happening because in the crypto data there is already a data for the previous page, so it is just swapping this with the new data. So instead of that, we can do one thing. Let's go to the crypto context, and here whenever we call this function, we will set an empty crypto data. Let's save this, and let's click on this third page, and now you can see this loading. If I go to this page, and there is this loading until it finishes the fetching this data. Now let's add loading for this crypto details component. Let's copy this one and open the crypto details.js file. Now we are checking this condition. If there is data, then we will display it, else we will returning the null. Now instead of null, let's paste this loading screen and save this. Let's check this out. Same as the crypto data, it is swapping the state from old data to a new data. So let's go to the crypto context, and same as this, and they get coin data. Let's set the coin data as an empty when we call this function. So whenever we call this function, it will empty the old data and then set the new data, and in between we can show the loading screen. Let's save this. Let's click on this coin, and now we can see the please wait screen. And it looks great. Now let's add this loading inside the trending as well. Let's copy this and go to the trending.js. Now here we are mapping the trend data and using the trend coin component. Let's go to the trend coin. Now instead of this null, we will show this please wait loading screen, and let's remove this minimum height class. We don't want that. Let's reload this, and it will not show you because this is really fast. Let's go to the saved. Now this is just an empty. Instead of this, we can show some message that there are no coins. So let's open the save.js file, and let's put a condition. If there is a save data, then we will display the table, else we will display one message inside the h1 tag, which is there is no data to display. Let's add some class as well. Set the minimum height to 60 VH and text to text-lg. Let's change the text color as well. Set display to flex and items to center, and justify all the content in the center. Let's save this, and here's this message. Now our whole application is completed. You can use these features such as pagination and different filters for your other projects. Let me share you some tip to make this app responsive. Now if you open this Tailwind documentation and just write responsive, now from here you will find that there are some classes that you can use to make your application responsive. So there are this 1, 2, 3 and 5 breakpoints available, so you can use this to make your app responsive. And how to use this? Now this represents the minimum width media query. Now let's say, for example, you are going to use this medium breakpoint, so you will write the medium and width -32. So this will apply to all those screens whose minimum width is 768 pixel. Now for the other screen, it will apply the width -16. So the screen which are less than the 768 pixel will use this value, which is width -16. Let's implement this inside this table. Now open the table component. Now for the large screen, we will show all 3 columns, but for a smaller screen, we will hide all 3 of these columns. So let's open this. So there are this 3 columns for 1 hour, 24 hours and 7 days. Now let's add some classes right here. After this py-4, let's select this 3 classes and add. For larger screen, we will set the display to table-cell. Now for the other screen, we will hide this cells. Let's add both of this class and this right here as well. Let's save this and check this out. Now as you can see, all 3 cells are gone. Let's do same for this header as well. Let's copy this class and open the header. Add both of this class in all last 3 headers. And now those 3 are gone. Now to make this application responsive, you can refer this final website. There are some change in layout when you decrease the width. Also for error handling, you can create one state inside this crypto context, and instead of logging this error, you can use that error state to store the error message and then send this error state through this value prop and display error inside this component. So this is how you can do error handling through Context API. So that's the end of this video, and I hope you like this video and learn something from it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, because I'm going to upload lots of content. Also, please share this video with your friends and keep coding.